Chapter 136. Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and jumped into the Go puzzle world. Long Wanqing goggled. How did we get in? You have not solved the Go puzzle yet. The Go puzzle does not need to be solved. If not for me adjusting my position, I would have come in earlier, Gu Hai said with a smile. Whoosh! The two fell. From the outside, this place looked like a hollowed-out floating island. However, after entering, Long Wanqing discovered that she was wrong. This world was too big. There were countless mountains and rivers. Clouds and mist surrounded this place. The two fell from the sky into the sea. Boom! The two fell into the sea, kicking up a large amount of seawater. Cough! 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 Long Wanqing choked on water. Gu Hai immediately dragged Long Wanqing to the shore and soon reached it. Cough! 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 After coughing for a while, Long Wanqing felt better. Then, she sized up the surroundings. This was not a large island. Beside the island was a golden dragon with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a length of more than 30 kilometers. Its two ends seemed to be connected to a wall, nailed to this world. A large amount of clouds and mist spread high in the sky, preventing the two from seeing the outside world. Similarly, Ding Rui, who was outside the ritual array, could not see the two. It was like the two quickly shrank as they fell. Some of the clouds and mist made it even more blurry. The clearest thing was that dazzling, golden dragon vein. The dragon pinning sect. The dragon pinning sect. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Hall Master, the place we entered is near the dragon vein. I remember you saying that the dragon luring jade can collect the dragon vein. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Gu Hai. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she headed for the dragon vein. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that Long Wanqing was still somewhat wary of him. So, he did not say anything, heading for the dragon vein as well. Soon, Gu Hai was already close to the body of the huge dragon vein. Gu Hai placed his right hand on the huge dragon vein, and a soul-stirring power entered his heart. That feeling made him feel so small and insignificant. Did we become smaller, or did the dragon vein become bigger? Gu Hai asked in confusion. After all, back in the Great Feng Mafia family, the dragon tail was not so exaggerated. We didn't become smaller. The dragon vein should have been this thick in the first place. Long Wanqing explained. Oh? Gu Hai asked curiously. Buzz. The life ender saber trembled under Xiao Chen's abdomen as if it wanted to come out. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and suppressed his desire for the life ender saber. Then, he looked at Long Wanqing. He saw that Long Wanqing was still looking around at the huge dragon vein. Gu Hai remained silent for a while, seemingly considering whether to take out the life ender saber or not. Gu Hai understood that the life ender saber desired to absorb the dragon vein's power. However, that was still too shocking. Gu Hai did not want to reveal it to Long Wanqing. However, perhaps the dragon vein's power was too tempting for the life ender saber. Despite the intense desire, Gu Hai still rejected it. Suddenly, the life ender saber released a strange energy that charged into Gu Hai's bones. Huh! Crack! 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 Gu Hai's right hand, which was stuck to the dragon vein, suddenly changed. Small bones grew out of his palm, slowly growing longer and piercing through his skin. Then, it looked like a bone spike sticking out of his palm. Shing! The bone spike in his palm stabbed into the dragon vein. Buzz! Suddenly, the surging dragon vein's power entered Gu Hai's body through this bone spike. Then, it moved through his bones and headed for the life ender saber in his abdomen. Rumble! A large amount of energy poured into the life ender saber. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he immediately let go of his right hand. Then, he pulled out that bone spike from the dragon vein. The bone spike in his palm was about 1 centimeter long, looking exceptionally ferocious. The Life Ender Saber's power can modify my bones? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. The Life Ender Saber had its own consciousness. Earlier, it modified his bones without Xiao Chen's objection. However, the Life Ender Saber's consciousness was a split from Xiao Chen's body. It was also under his control. Gu Hai gave the Life Ender Saber a command. Slowly, the bone spike in his palm shrank and returned to his palm, vanishing. The Life Ender Saber's restorative power restored the punctured palm to its original state as if it had never been there. The Life Ender Saber has the power to modify bones? It can modify and change my bones? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he discovered that the Life Ender Saber had such an ability. To verify this ability, Gu Hai extended his right hand and used his consciousness to control it. Sizzle. 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 Suddenly, the bones in Gu Hai's right hand changed again, growing quickly. After they pierced through his skin, a sword-like bone grew. It looked exceptionally strange. Xiao Chen took out an iron sword from the compressed space in his authority token and clashed it with the bone sword. Dang! The iron sword immediately broke in half. Gu Hai looked at the bone sword in his right hand in shock. Isn't this density too high? Then, he sneaked a look at Long Wanqing. However, he saw that Long Wanqing had already gone elsewhere to investigate the dragon vein. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Rise! Ka! 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 Bones immediately popped out of Gu Hai's body. His chest, back, arms, legs, face, and hundreds of thousands of bones popped out of his skin. In an instant, Gu Hai looked like a gigantic, bony hedgehog, looking exceptionally ferocious and horrifying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai put away all the bones in his body and let out a few deep breaths. The pierced skin had already recovered as if nothing had happened. Only the countless holes in his clothes proved what happened earlier. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, he quickly changed his clothes. As Gu Hai touched the Life Ender Saber at his abdomen, his heart pounded wildly. Gu Hai did not look for Long Wanqing. Instead, he extended his right hand and placed it on the dragon vein again. Ka! 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 Suddenly, a large number of bone spikes emerged from Xiao Chen's palm and charged into the dragon vein. The Life Ender Saber circulated at full power, and the surging dragon vein's energy was absorbed through the bone spikes. This time, there was no need for the black energy. There was also no commotion like the countless skulls in the black energy. Xiao Chen quietly and forcefully absorbed the dragon vein's energy. Buzz! 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 The dragon vein seemed to feel discomfort as it trembled. Gu Hai stood there quietly. As Long Wanqing ran around the dragon vein, she touched the dragon vein with a complicated expression. Occasionally, a beam of golden light shot out of her hand. She also looked into the distance as if she did not want Gu Hai to see her dragon-luring jade. The two had their own secrets. At this moment, Montez carried Feng Ling and flew quickly high in the sky. Where did they go? It is impossible for the two of them to suddenly disappear. Montez's expression turned sullen. The dragon vein? They must have gone near the dragon vein. Whoosh! Montez quickly flew in the direction of the dragon vein. The dragon vein was 30 kilometers thick. However, with Montez's vision, he could quickly scan the dragon vein's outline. Found it. Montez's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Montez stopped in the sky and formed a small cloud. Then, he hid in it and looked down coldly. Huh? As Montez stared at Gu Hai, he showed a confused expression. After the various events, Montez no longer dared to underestimate Gu Hai. However, he was very wary of Gu Hai. Now, he saw Gu Hai gently caressing the dragon vein. Why did that expression of enjoyment look so strange? On the other side, Long Wanqing seemed to be avoiding Gu Hai. As she extended her hand, a watermelon-sized sphere appeared in her palm. The sphere gave off a yellow light and gave off halos. The dragon luring jade? Montez's eyes lit up. However, Montez resisted the urge to step forward and watch patiently. Long Wanqing gently pressed the dragon luring jade against the dragon vein. Rumble. The dragon vein trembled slightly. Hey! The dragon vein is sensitive to the dragon luring jade? Long Wanqing looked at the dragon luring jade curiously. However, aside from the dragon vein's trembling, she could not sense anything strange. Montez also focused on the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade is used to collect the dragon vein. Can Long Wanqing collect the dragon vein? Collect it. After you collect the dragon vein, I'll make my move. Feng Ling did not say a word, appearing mute. Montez and Long Wanqing both focused on the dragon luring jade. However, they did not know that this commotion was caused by Gu Hai, who was not far away. The Life-Ender saber absorbed the surging dragon vein's energy. This was an extremely heavy energy. After the Life-Ender saber collected the dragon vein's energy, it fed back 1,000th of it to Gu Hai. However, this energy seemed to be very useful to the bones, continuously settling in Gu Hai's bones. Gu Hai felt that his bones were becoming denser and denser. Crack. 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 Rumble. As Gu Hai absorbed the horrifying energy into his body, the dragon vein seemed to be unable to endure this plundering. It started to struggle even more intensely. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out. The dragon vein struggled quickly, twisting and turning as if it wanted to struggle free of Gu Hai, the maggot in its bones. However, how could Gu Hai, who had tasted the sweetness, give up at this moment? As Gu Hai cultivated a physical cultivation technique, his bones were much denser and stronger than those of ordinary people. Now that he had a chance to become even stronger, how could Gu Hai let it go? Surging energy poured into Gu Hai's body. Almost all of it went into strengthening his bones. Roar. Rumble. As the dragon vein twisted in pain, the intense tremors made the expressions of Long Wanqing and Montez change. This struggle was too ferocious, so ferocious that it shook the entire space. Suddenly, overwhelming storms kicked up in the surroundings, and overwhelming tsunamis surged in the sea. What's going on? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. The dragon vein seemed to be struggling with all its might. Then, it roared. Roar. Boom. Outside, the dragon pinning sect's floating island trembled, causing the anxious Ding Rui's expression to change. What's going on? Ding Rui exclaimed. Roar. Roar. The dragon roared sorrowfully, and the floating island trembled intensely. The Go puzzle above also started twisting. Following that, the entire dragon pinning sect started shaking. The intense shaking intensified. An earthquake, countless cultivators exclaimed. The dragon vein. The dragon vein is trying to struggle free of this nail. Is it trying to struggle free of the Go puzzle world? Ding Rui's expression changed. Oh no. The dragon vein is enraged. Not only is its body in the Go puzzle world enraged, but the other parts of its body are enraged as well. Ding Rui's expression changed. At the same time, on the western side of 9-5 Island, where the Great Feng Mafia family used to be, this was the place where the tale of the dragon vein was sealed in the past. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from underground. Rumble. The ground roared, immediately shaking intensely. Boom. One by one, the mountains collapsed rapidly in one direction. It was as if there was a huge dragon moving quickly underground. Rumble. It was not just the great Feng Mafia family's land. At this moment, many places on 9-5 Island were shaking. It looked like a huge dragon buried in the ground was churning quickly. While countless mountains crumbled, countless mountains also rose from the ground. Huge earthquakes swept out in all directions. Ordinary people knelt in horror. The source of all this was the dragon pinning sect. It seemed like the source of the earthquakes was spreading to that place. In a huge valley, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship was surveying a mountain range. Suddenly, the mountain range crumbled, and intense tremors spread into the distance. This is... The dragon vein is overturning. The world is collapsing. Someone is angering the dragon vein. A Shinji Battalion disciple exclaimed in shock. That direction. In the direction of the dragon pinning sect. Someone pointed into the distance. The Shinji Battalion commander, Li Haoran, showed a cold expression. The dragon pinning sect. That old bitch Ding Rui actually lied to me. Quick, head to the dragon pinning sect immediately. Yes. Chapter 137. Rumble. Intense earthquakes erupted in the dragon pinning sect's surroundings. Many mountains crumbled. Outside the sect, the countless cultivators who heard the commotion but could not enter immediately retreated. Aren't they trying to solve the Go puzzle? Why is there such a huge earthquake? Something happened to the dragon pinning sect. They even activated the ritual array to seal off the sect. Something must have happened inside. What an intense earthquake. Quick, back off. Quick. Chaos reigned outside the dragon pinning sect. The dragon pinning sect was also in chaos. Ding Rui's expression changed drastically as she looked anxiously at the Go puzzle world. However, aside from the dragon vein, she could not see anything else. What happened? Rumble. Amid the huge earthquake, the cultivators in Leisure Valley continuously dodged countless falling rocks. What happened? Is it related to that floating island? Some cultivators asked anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the dragon pinning sect's ritual array exploded. The countless rocks surrounding the ritual array immediately fell. Ah! The group of cultivators quickly dodged and fled. The dragon pinning sect's ritual array broke. We can go out now. Quickly, go. Ah! There is also a huge earthquake outside. What happened? Chaos reigned in the dragon pinning sect. The huge earthquake forced countless cultivators to dodge and flee. When they saw the trembling floating island, they showed shocked expressions. Whoosh! In the distance, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship quickly flew towards the dragon pinning sect. Quick! Faster! Li Haoran shouted. Whoosh! The flying ship moved at its fastest speed. Inside the Go puzzle world, Long Wanqing tried to use the dragon luring jade to collect the dragon vein. However, she failed several times, which made her increasingly anxious. Tsunamis surged in the surroundings, and intense storms raged. The dragon vein's body twisted rapidly. Gu Hai stuck to the dragon vein like a maggot, doing his best to extract the dragon vein's power. Buzz! Gu Hai trembled slightly. Collect! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and put away the bone net that appeared in his palm. He immediately jumped to the side of the dragon vein. Rolling power surged in his body, and Gu Hai felt very uncomfortable. The bones absorbed 1,000th of the Life Ender Saber's energy. As the surging energy accumulated, the bones felt like they had reached their limits. The power of the Earth Dragon Vein was too great. The accumulation of strength in one's bones was only an accumulation of strength, but it was unable to cause a qualitative change. If it were to accumulate in one's body for a long time, one would eventually explode. There had to be a qualitative change in order to absorb more. Destiny? I need providence. Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Ong! Gu Hai stopped absorbing the energy of the dragon vein. However, the dragon vein was already in a frenzy. It continued to twist and turn. Ah! Long Wanqing let out a miserable cry. Gu Hai quickly pounced over, only to see Long Wanqing being sent flying by the dragon vein. Pa! Gu Hai caught Long Wanqing, who was sent flying. Quick, the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing anxiously pointed at the sphere that flew away. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure shot over from the sky, charging at the dragon luring jade sphere in the air. Oh no! Gu Hai stomped on the ground. Boom! Then, he instantly charged over at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai grabbed the dragon luring jade sphere and fell down with Long Wanqing. At this moment, the black figure did not manage to grab the dragon luring jade. So, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Gu Hai. Boom! A huge manifested palm strike containing the power to destroy everything appeared to want to shatter Gu Hai. Go! Long Wanqing suddenly shouted and tossed out a small blue sphere. Boom! The instant the small blue sphere made contact with that manifested palm strike, it exploded, shattering the manifested palm strike. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing landed on the ground. Long Wanqing hugged the dragon luring jade. Suddenly, a golden light barrier formed around her, encasing her. However, Gu Hai looked at the figure opposite him warily. Montez. Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Montez hugged Feng Ling and looked at Long Wanqing with a frown. Hall Master. You are really slow. Even now, you still have not absorbed the dragon vein into the dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched wildly. You are Montez. You have been waiting here all this while, wanting to snatch my dragon luring jade? Long Wanqing shouted angrily. You tried for a long time, but you still failed. Even I felt anxious for you. Hand the dragon luring jade to me. I'll do it. Montez said with a cold smile. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Montez, you are Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. Are you going to be like Ding Rui, going against your superiors? Long Wanqing said coldly. Hall Master, you are now like an ordinary person, and Gu Hai cannot lay a ritual array. He is just an innate realm cultivator. Do you think that the two of you are a match for me? Hand it to me now, and I can let you live. Montez said coldly. As Montez spoke, he kept his guard up against Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen as she waved her hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a box appeared in her palm. Gu Hai, use this saber to block him. Long Wanqing said seriously. Huh? Gu Hai felt somewhat bewildered. Although my cultivation is sealed, I still have treasures. Use them. My younger sister stole this from her maternal grandfather's treasure trove and gave it to me, Long Wanqing said. Huh? Montez's expression sank. Clack. Gu Hai quickly opened the box. Bang! All of a sudden, boundless blood-red light shot out from the box. In an instant, it dyed the entire area red. A long saber lay in the box. It was about 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was scarlet and had many veins on it. As the veins trembled, the scarlet saber released even more scarlet energy. Gu Hai quickly grabbed the saber's handle. Buzz! Suddenly, scarlet energy rushed into Gu Hai's body, instantly dyeing him red. A scarlet aura surged out of Gu Hai's body as a bloodthirsty thought surged into his mind. What saber is this? How strong? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. This is a replica of the blood prison. Because it is a very good replica, maternal grandfather collected it. Use it first. It can raise your strength to the level of the Yuanying state for a short time. Long Wanqing said. Just a replica. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Blood prison. Montez's expression changed. You block Montez. I already found the trick and will be able to collect the dragon vein soon. Long Wanqing said as she grabbed the dragon luring jade. Alright. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, he swung the scarlet saber at Montez. Boom! A scarlet saber chi suddenly appeared in the air. This saber chi was at least 100 times stronger than the one Gu Hai sent out with the Life-Ender saber. This saber strike was like a heavenly weapon, tearing through space. Everywhere it passed, the rocks on the island shattered. Montez's expression changed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a sword and swung it. Boom! The sword chi and scarlet saber chi clashed, causing space to tremble. Good saber! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Gu Hai's entire body was covered in scarlet. When he stepped forward, he felt like his entire body was filled with strength. His speed instantly increased by several folds. Boom! Once again, he swung his saber at Montez. Montez swung his sword. Boom! The scarlet manifested saber and manifested sword clashed in the air. Suddenly, the two reached a stalemate. Using the power of the scarlet saber, Gu Hai's strength seemed to instantly soar to the limit. Even when facing the ferocious Montez, he did not lose out at all. It truly lives up to being an imitation of the blood prison. To think that it increased your strength by so much. Montez said with a ferocious expression as he hugged Feng Ling, roar. Gu Hai stepped forward and used his manifested saber to push against Montez. On the other side, Long Wanqing held the dragon luring jade and pointed it at the dragon vein, releasing a beam of golden light. Dragon vein, enter my dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing shouted. Rumble. A suction came from the dragon luring jade as if it wanted to suck in the dragon vein. However, the dragon vein was too large. The dragon luring jade could not move it at all. Long Wanqing felt anxious. Ha! Montez shouted as he knocked Gu Hai aside. Bang! The scarlet saber tilted slightly before swinging at Montez again. When the saber swung, a scarlet light filled the air. A surging scarlet storm swept towards Montez. Whoosh! Meng Tai hugged Feng Ling and jumped, immediately flying high into the sky. The scarlet manifested saber could no longer touch Montez. The scarlet saber is incredible. To think that it increased your strength and speed to that of the Yuanying state. However, you are only an innate realm cultivator in the end. An innate realm cultivator cannot fly. You will never be a match for me. Montez said coldly. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he stomped on the ground. Boom! Like a cannonball, the strong jumping force allowed Gu Hai to leap into the air and charge at Montez. The scarlet saber manifested a manifested saber as it swung at Montez again. On the other hand, Montez's eyes lit up. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Montez lowered his body. He was slightly lower than Gu Hai. Then, he swung his sword upward. Boom! The saber and sword collided. Under the powerful force, Montez was knocked into the sea below. On the other hand, Gu Hai was knocked into the air by the recoil. Whoosh! When Gu Hai was knocked into the air, his expression changed. Ha 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 ha! Now, you have nowhere to exert your strength. What's the use of the scarlet saber? Aren't you at my mercy? Montez charged into the air with a ferocious expression. He swung his sword at the sky as if he wanted to cut Gu Hai in half. Gu Hai grabbed the scarlet saber and fell from the sky. Because he had nowhere to exert his strength, even if he swung the saber, his strength was not strong enough. He was about to be killed by Montez. Long Wanqing, who was at the side, could not collect the dragon vein. She also felt anxious. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw the dangerous scene. In Long Wanqing's opinion, Gu Hai was done for. He had nowhere to exert his strength and could only be killed by Montez. Unless you know how to fly, die. Meng Tai's sword swung with even more force. Oh no! Long Wanqing exclaimed. Montez's expression was ferocious. In the air, Gu Hai was about to be cut in half. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clothes on Gu Hai's back were torn apart. From the skin on his back, a pair of huge white wings that were more than 10 feet long appeared. They were a pair of bone wings. Bam! The bone wings flapped fiercely. Gu Hai's body suddenly stopped. Whoosh! Montez's sword chi missed. What? Montez's expression changed. Long Wanqing also looked at the wings on Gu Hai's back in shock. How could he have wings? The huge wings stabilized Gu Hai's body and flapped fiercely. Suddenly, Gu Hai shot down and the scarlet saber slashed at Montez. Montez's long sword missed and could not counterattack with all his strength. He could only block the scarlet saber in a hurry. Boom! The sword and saber collided again. With a loud bang, Montez's long sword exploded. The saber chi shot out and tore Montez's body apart. No! Montez's expression changed. He released his chi and hugged Feng Ling, protecting her with all his strength. Boom! The scarlet saber slashed Montez's body. A huge bloody wound was torn on Montez's back. In the hideous wound, one could see the white bones. Thud! Gu Hai landed beside Long Wanqing. Then, the bone wings on his back suddenly vanished. What's wrong? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai's smooth back in confusion. Where are the wings? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What a powerful scarlet saber! Gu Hai exclaimed. On the other side, Montez was covered in blood. As he hugged Feng Ling, he looked at Gu Hai with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai, I still underestimated you. You can fly as well. Montez said coldly. Rumble. The space shook as the dragon vein struggled even more intensely. It looked like it would shatter this independent world at any moment. Hall Master, why is it not done yet? Gu Hai asked anxiously. I don't know, either. It seems like I can't collect it. This dragon vein is too strong. The dragon luring jade suction is not strong enough. Long Wanqing said anxiously as she hugged the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade suction is not strong enough. Oh no. This is not the dragon head's territory. Montez's expression changed. Dragon head? Long Wanqing, who was not far away, showed a confused expression. Montez looked at the dragon luring jade in Long Wanqing's hand, and greed flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw Gu Hai holding the scarlet saber, his expression sank. The wound on Xiao Chen's back was still bleeding. He knew that there was no point in continuing this stalemate. Feng Ling, let's go. As Xiao Chen spoke, he carried Feng Ling and soared into the air. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Long Wanqing called out to Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master, do you really think that I am the Yuanying state? Gu Hai did not give chase. He had only severely injured Montez by luck earlier. He had only managed to achieve this result after a series of surprises. Furthermore, this was his first time using the bone wings. How could they be as nimble as the Yuanying state's flight? If this stalemate continued, no one could tell who would win or lose. However, don't let him escape. Long Wanqing urged anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head. Ding Rui was still outside. Gu Hai did not want to listen to Long Wanqing's random commands. Roar! The dragon vein roared and started twisting wildly again. The island that Gu Hai and Long Wanqing were on immediately crumbled. Oh no! This Go puzzle world is going to collapse. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately picked up Long Wanqing and jumped into the distance. Chapter 138. Go Puzzle World. Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and jumped onto a large rock shrouded in mist. He stepped through the mist. Buzz! In the next moment, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing arrived at a distant sea region. What's wrong? You traveled so far in one go? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. This step was more than 50 kilometers, right? This is the Go puzzle world. You can view this world as a Go board. I left on the horizontal and horizontal lines of the Go board. Earlier, I just jumped from one connection point to another. It was not far, it just looked far, Gu Hai explained. Long Wanqing. I don't understand. Whoosh. Gu Hai stepped into another misty area. In the blink of an eye, he was 50 kilometers away, getting further and further away from the dragon vein. Whoosh. 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 With each jump, Gu Hai slowly soared into the sky, looking like he was charging into the cloud sea. Xiao Chen looked like he was traveling through space. However, Long Wanqing found this incredibly complicated. The Go puzzle world. How did you train your Go skills? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai, feeling conflicted. Gu Hai is only 70 years old, right? His Go skills are extremely horrifying. Gu Hai ignored her. Instead, he carefully leaped up and soared into the sky. In an instant, he exited the Go puzzle world. I'm out. Gu Hai let out a long breath. Bang! The two landed in the barrier around the floating island. At this moment, the floating island trembled intensely as if it would explode. Long Wanqing was just about to release her bated breath after coming out. However, when she looked around, she immediately held her breath. Everything within 500 kilometers of the dragon pinning sect had turned into rubble. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it was still intensifying. The ground shook as if it was the end of the world. Countless pieces of rubble shot up into the sky amidst the great earthquake, causing chaos in all directions. Countless cultivators retreated continuously, dodging the surrounding rocks in horror. Ding Rui. Gu Hai immediately raised his guard. Ding Rui floated in the air. Not far away, the airship of the Shinji Battalion was floating nearby. A group of Shenzhen Battalion disciples were holding bows and arrows, aiming directly at Ding Rui. On the flying boat, a man in golden armor stared coldly at Ding Rui. The moment Gu Hai and Long Wanqing jumped out of the chessboard world, both sides looked over. Long Wanqing, you failed to collect the dragon vein even with the dragon luring jade? Ding Rui asked with an ugly expression. Dragon luring jade? Li Haoran narrowed his eyes as he stared at the spherical jade object in Long Wanqing's hand. Battalion Commander Li. Long Wanqing's eyes lit up when she saw Li Haoran. Her eyes flashed with joy. Battalion Commander Li, help me capture Ding Rui. She knows the truth behind my mother's death. Help me capture her. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Rui. Battalion Commander Li Haoran of the Shinji Battalion? Gu Hai looked at Li Haoran in confusion. Gu Hai actually saw admiration in Long Wanqing's eyes. This was something that Long Wanqing had never shown before. Release the arrows. Li Haoran snorted. Bang! Suddenly, the disciples of the Shinji Battalion released their bows, and thousands of arrows rained down on Ding Rui. Ding Rui's expression turned cold as she waved her crutch. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wall of fire appeared in front of her and blocked the arrows. Rumble! Suddenly, the arrows rained down on the wall of fire. Li Haoran, how dare you attack me? Ding Rui roared angrily. Release again. Li Haoran said coldly. Bang! Once again, a large number of arrows rained down. This time, the arrows were more powerful than before. Thousands of golden rainbows instantly reached the wall of fire. They gathered at one point. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of fire suddenly shattered into pieces. Ding Rui, surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will die under the arrows. Li Haoran said coldly. Surrender without resistance. Ha 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 ha, Li Haoran, you are really turning your back on me. Ding Rui said angrily. Turning my back on me? Ding Rui, you are the one who went overboard. You knew that the dragon-luring jade was in Long Wanqing's hands, yet you went against your superior and imprisoned Long Wanqing just to obtain the dragon vein? Humph. Li Haoran snorted coldly. Boom. 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 The rain of arrows from the Shinji battalion disciples rained down on Ding Rui in waves. Ding Rui's expression darkened. She waved her hand and a guqin appeared in front of her. There were 3 strings on this guqin, and they were held in 3 positions by thin needles. Ding! Ding Rui pulled out a thin needle, and a string returned to its original position. Boom! Surging sword auras appeared out of nowhere and formed a sword aura field around Ding Rui, protecting her. The boundless sword auras instantly tore apart the rain of arrows. Li Haoran, don't pretend to be righteous. I want the dragon vein, but you don't. Didn't you volunteer to come here to obtain the dragon vein? Ding Rui said with a cold smile. Guqin music? Li Haoran's expression sank. This is just the first section of the guqin music. Sword explosion. I have sealed 3 sections. Shinji Battalion Commander, do you want to give it a try? Ding Rui said coldly. Ding! Ding Rui pulled out a second thin needle, and the second string returned to its original position. Then, it vibrated intensely. Roar! 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 Suddenly, loud roars rang out in the sword aura field. Many images of ferocious generals appeared in the air, each holding a sword aura. Then, they charged at the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. It looked like a ferocious army surrounded Ding Rui to protect her. The ferocious army charged over. Release the arrows. 2,000 arrows rained down. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The arrows were all shattered. Of course, some images of ferocious generals also exploded. However, as long as the guqin music didn't stop, the ferocious generals wouldn't stop. Amidst the roar, the thousands of soldiers slashed at the protective shield of the flying ship. Boom! The flying ship of the Shinji Battalion trembled violently. Slash again. Ding Rui said ferociously. Roar! The thousands of soldiers continued to slash with their swords. Get lost! Li Haoran glared and punched. A golden fist aura rushed over. Boom! A storm suddenly swept up in the air. Ding Rui, who was surrounded by the ferocious army, was immediately pushed back by this punch. However, the guqin music was still vibrating. There were many ferocious soldiers. Good! Long Wanqing's eyes lit up as she shouted. After all, Li Haoran's punch was too ferocious. How could he push back thousands of ferocious soldiers with one punch? After pushing back thousands of ferocious soldiers with one punch, Li Haoran took out a golden longbow and knocked a golden arrow. It seemed that he was going to shoot it at Ding Rui. Shinji Battalion. Golden longbow. Li Haoran, do you think I am not prepared? My third string was prepared for you, golden arrow. Ding Rui said coldly. Ding. Ding Rui removed the last thin needle. Rumble. The sound of the guqin was like thunder. Suddenly, a golden shield appeared in the other hand of the thousands of ferocious soldiers. Li Haoran stared and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The golden arrow rushed straight like a rainbow. The sharp sound immediately shattered the stones in all directions. Roar! 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 The thousands of ferocious soldiers suddenly roared and rushed up together with their shields. Boom! 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 A series of shields exploded. The golden arrow was unstoppable. It did not stop until 20 shields and the ferocious soldiers were smashed. Although the golden arrow was powerful, it was blocked in the end. Who sealed the sound on the guqin? Li Haoran's face darkened. This was the first time that the golden arrow did not achieve enough effect. Ding Rui's face also changed dramatically. That was close. 20 shields. If a few more broke, the golden arrow would have hit her. Li Haoran, you really want to kill me? Ding Rui said with a ferocious expression. Humph. Let's see how many arrows you can receive. Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he suddenly grabbed 3 arrows, showing a ferocious murderous intent on his face. At the same time, he knocked his longbow. He prepared to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. Ding Rui's face sank. Then, she extended the guqin in her hand. Roar! The thousands of ferocious soldiers grabbed their shields and ferocious swords, looking like they wanted to charge forward and tear Li Haoran to shreds. Battalion Commander Li, be careful. Long Wanqing suddenly said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. This Li Haoran's killing intent is very strong. Is he that impatient? Is he going to kill Ding Rui? Kill her? Is he going to silence her? After a moment of silence, he said, Hall Master, lend me the dragon luring jade. Huh? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, she still handed it over. Li Haoran, my elite hall appreciates the good intentions of the Shinji battalion. However, my elite hall can handle its internal matters. Please do not interfere. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Li Haoran, who knocked 3 golden arrows, also raised his eyebrows. Ding Rui also looked over, feeling confused. She saw Gu Hai and Long Wanqing standing beside the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Gu Hai held a crimson saber in one hand and the dragon luring jade in the other. Ding Rui, don't you want the dragon luring jade? Come and get it yourself. Otherwise, I will shatter it. Gu Hai said with a smile. What? Long Wanqing's expression suddenly changed. Li Haoran's and Ding Rui's expressions changed as well. Is Gu Hai crazy? Whoosh! Everyone saw Gu Hai toss the dragon luring jade into the air. Suddenly, the crimson saber chopped down, looking like it wanted to shatter the dragon luring jade with one strike. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. However, her cultivation was sealed, so she could not stop it. Bastard! Li Haoran's expression changed. Fool! Ding Rui roared as she charged over. Li Haoran suddenly pointed his bow at the crimson saber. Li Haoran, there is no need for you to interfere in Elite Hall's matters. Gu Hai shouted sternly. Huh? Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Ding Rui instantly approached, looking like she would grab the dragon luring jade. Clack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Gu Hai had picked up a black Go stone and placed it on the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Whoosh! A strong suction suddenly appeared on the floating island. The approaching Ding Rui and the Zither music army were sucked into it. What? Ding Rui's expression changed. Whoosh! The Go puzzle world instantly sucked in. Gu Hai quickly changed the direction of his saber with his other hand, and the crimson saber narrowly brushed past the dragon luring jade. Whoosh! Long Wanqing goggled. Clack! The dragon luring jade landed in Gu Hai's hand. Hall Master, here is the dragon luring jade. Gu Hai handed over the dragon luring jade. Clack! 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 Gu Hai quickly placed a Go stone on the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. There were still 3 golden arrows knocked on the bowstring, but he had already lost his target, Ding Rui. Li Haoran's expression froze. Chapter 139. After Gu Hai plotted against Ding Rui, she was instantly sucked into the Go puzzle world. The moment Ding Rui entered this strange environment, her expression changed. She tried to fly up and out of the Go puzzle world. However, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ding Rui appeared above the sea, at the bottom of the Go puzzle world. What? Why am I here? Ding Rui's expression changed as she tried to fly away quickly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ding Rui's figure flashed, and she arrived at the dragon vein. No! How can it be like this? Ding Rui exclaimed. Roar! The dragon vein roared, and half of its dragon body crashed into Ding Rui. Boom! No matter how brutal the Zither music army was, it instantly shattered before the 30,000-kilometer-long dragon body. Blarg! Ding Rui vomited a mouthful of blood as she fled to the periphery. Whoosh! Suddenly, space twisted again. Ding Rui, who had just flown far away, arrived before the dragon vein again. Boom! Once again, an enormous collision occurred. The tens of thousands of vicious soldiers were once again ravaged by the dragon veins, more than half of them shattered. Gu Hai, if you are capable, let me out. Ding Rui roared crazily. Ding Rui figured it out. This was all because of that Go puzzle, the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Gu Hai grasped that Go puzzle. Outside, the floating island looked like it would crumble at any moment. However, it did not. Gu Hai placed Go stones on the Go puzzle again and again, looking like he was changing the internal structure of the Go puzzle. Although Long Wanqing could not see Ding Rui clearly, she still had the thousands of ferocious soldiers. She could roughly make out what was going on. While Gu Hai controlled the Go puzzle world, he sent Ding Rui to the dragon vein time and time again, letting the dragon vein attack her. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You actually controlled the Go puzzle world? Wasn't this the scene when they came out earlier? Now, Xiaoqin used it to deal with Ding Rui, but Ding Rui could not resist at all. Not far away, Li Haoran slowly put away the 3 golden arrows. Then, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai casually placing his stones, his face darkened. Ding Rui, you are now at the end of the road. The Hall Master only wants to know the cause of his mother's death. If you tell him everything you know, I can ask the Hall Master to spare your life. Gu Hai said in a low voice. As he spoke, his voice traveled through the entire Go game world along with the Go power. That's right. I just want to know how my mother died. Long Wanqing clenched her fists and said. Rumble. Below, the Go puzzle world was already in chaos. The dragon vein was twisting crazily. Ding Rui struggled tiredly. With a loud bang, all of the Zither music army exploded, and the Zither in their hands also exploded. Boom! Ding Rui was covered in blood as she was blasted away. She heard Gu Hai's voice. Ha 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 ha, say it. Do you think I can live if I tell you? Ding Rui shouted stubbornly. Stubborn. Gu Hai said coldly. It continued to distort the space of the chessboard world. Ding Rui was suffering from the impact inside. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from Gu Hai's surroundings. Ka 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 ka. A large number of cracks appeared on the periphery of the floating island. A large number of cracks also appeared on the chessboard. Not good, the Go game world can't hold on. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai hugged Long Wanqing and leaped. Swish! Gu Hai jumped off the floating island. At the same time, the ground below the floating island suddenly rose up. Mountains appeared out of nowhere, looking majestic. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He hugged Long Wanqing and jumped up and down the mountains. Roar! Boom! The floating island exploded with a loud bang, sending a storm of crushed rocks in all directions. Half of the dragon's body was suddenly freed. At this moment, another two dragons' body floated up from the ground, perfectly connecting with the dragon's body in the Go game world, becoming a part of a long dragon's body. Roar! As the dragon's body turned, it sank into the ground. Oh no! Li Haoran's expression changed. Then, he extended his hand to grab the dragon's body. A huge manifested palm struck the dragon's body. Boom! 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 The manifested palm grabbed the dragon's body. However, the dragon's body was too strong. The manifested palm could not hold it back. Boom! The manifested palm exploded. The dragon's body burrowed into the ground. The ground shook again. Then, it slowly regained its calm. Li Haoran showed a ferocious expression. He was so close again. He had already caught the dragon vein, but he actually let it escape again. Again. Li Haoran showed a cold expression as he turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, a bloodied Ding Rui coughed out blood as she fell on a mountain peak. It was that old thing, Ding Rui. Otherwise, if I had time to prepare, I would not have missed it in such a sorry state. The fleeing cultivators in the surroundings slowly climbed out of the rubble. The earthquake finally stopped. It's over. It's finally over. I thought I was going to die. After the countless cultivators rejoiced, they looked in Gu Hai's direction. They saw Gu Hai landing before Ding Rui with Long Wanqing in his arms. Ding Rui was already on her last breath. She was covered in blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a madwoman on the verge of death. Hall Master, did I fulfill my promise to you? Gu Hai smiled bitterly as he released Long Wanqing from his arms. Promise? Earlier, Gu Hai promised Long Wanqing that he would openly bring Long Wanqing out of the dragon pinning sect. Shao Qin did so openly. However, the commotion was too great. Everything within 500 kilometers of the dragon pinning sect turned into rubble. Mountains, rivers, and rivers all crumbled. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly as she looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Division Master Gu, many thanks for this time. Long Wanqing thanked Gu Hai very solemnly. It's nothing. Many thanks to you for giving me a chance back then. Gu Hai shook his head. Hall Master, let's ask about your mother's death first. Ding Rui should no longer be able to resist. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. Whoosh. Li Haoran left the flying ship and flew over. Then, he looked at Ding Rui with a sullen expression. Cough. 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 Ha 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 ha. Cough. Cough. Gu Hai, I underestimated you. I should have killed you earlier. Earlier. Cough. 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 Ding Rui looked at Gu Hai regretfully. Division Master Ding, what I said earlier still stands. As long as you tell Hall Master who killed Hall Master's mother back then, Hall Master will spare your life, Gu Hai said seriously. That's right. Who killed my mother? Long Wanqing asked as she stared at Ding Rui. Speak. Li Haoran said seriously as well. Ding Rui looked at the three and revealed a cold smile. The old Hall Master's death. Cough. Cough. Ha 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 ha. Battalion Master Li, don't you know? Huh. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing looked at Li Haoran. What do I know? Li Haoran retorted coldly. Ha 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 ha. Stop pretending. Cough. Cough. Battalion Master Li, don't you dare to admit what you did? Who killed the old Hall Master back then? Why are you still pretending? Isn't it you? Aren't you the one who killed her? Ha 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 ha. Ding Rui shouted as she glared at Li Haoran. Battalion Master Li. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and put his guard up. Crazy woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Li Haoran roared while glaring. Crazy woman. Cough. 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 Li Haoran, I'm going to die anyway. There's no point in spouting nonsense. Just admit it. It was you. You killed the old hall master and you still don't want to admit it? Long Wanqing, you were deceived by his hypocritical mask. He killed your mother. Ding Rui glared at Li Haoran. Boom. Li Haoran flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. Ding Rui's head exploded. Li Haoran. You killed her to silence her. Gu Hai suddenly exclaimed. Humph. This crazy woman is crazy. How can you believe her words? Li Haoran glared at him. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched when she saw Ding Rui being killed by Li Haoran. However, after frowning for a while, Long Wanqing shook her head and said, Impossible. Battalion Master Li wouldn't kill my mother. Ding Rui is crazy. Huh? Gu Hai said, feeling bewildered. If I were the murderer, Long Wanqing's grandfather would have found me long ago. Gu Hai, I know that you want to prove yourself in front of Long Wanqing. However, this crazy woman has already gone completely crazy. Don't go crazy with her. Li Haoran said sullenly. That's right. If Battalion Master Li is the murderer, grandfather will definitely find out. Furthermore, Battalion Master Li saved my life before. He can't be the murderer, Long Wanqing immediately defended Li Haoran. However, that doesn't mean he killed Ding Rui. We might be able to find out more. Gu Hai said with a frown. A complicated look flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. Clearly, she agreed with Gu Hai's words. However, since Li Haoran killed Ding Rui, Long Wanqing did not want to blame him. After all, Li Haoran saved her life before. Long Wanqing, you had the dragon luring jade earlier. Why did you not collect the dragon vein? Li Haoran asked with a frown. The dragon luring jade might need to be at the dragon vein's head. This is not the head but the body. Hence. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Dragon tail, dragon body, and dragon head? Dragon head? I get it. I get it now. This 9-5 island is a chain of chess pieces that old man Guanxi left behind. Li Haoran's expression suddenly changed. Huh? Long Wanqing said, feeling puzzled. The Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect both have old man Guanxi's Go puzzles. Didn't he leave them behind on purpose? These are 800-year-old sections. How could they suppress the dragon vein? There should be another sect as well. Li Haoran said seriously. The Peony sect. Long Wanqing's expression changed. That's right. The Peony sect is as old as the Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect. Furthermore, it is located in the center of 9-5 Island. If it were a Go board, it would be at the Heaven's Origin. The Heaven's Origin suppresses the dragon head? Li Haoran's expression changed. Peony. Peony. I remember now. Gu Hai, you said that Feng Ling is the key to the Go puzzle. Feng Ling has a peony tattoo on her head. The peony is the key to this Go puzzle. Doesn't that mean that the Peony sect? Long Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The Peony sect? Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai had actually guessed this long ago. He just did not mention it. Since that is the case, Long Wanqing, take your dragon luring jade and come with me to the Peony sect immediately. Li Haoran said immediately. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rui's corpse and then at Li Haoran. Then, she nodded and said, all right. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly called out. Huh? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Hall Master, with such a huge commotion at the Dragon Pinning sect, I think that Venerable Lun Yen will arrive soon. You should wait for Venerable Lun Yen before leaving, Gu Hai advised. Li Haoran narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. Then, he turned his head to Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanqing, time waits for no one. The sooner we go, the better. When Venerable Lun Yen arrives, he will know that we are going to the Peony sect. He will catch up soon. Long Wanqing nodded. Clearly, she wanted to go with Li Haoran. However, Gu Hai glanced at Li Haoran with a slightly sullen expression. Although they had only interacted briefly, Gu Hai's sharp senses told him that this Li Haoran was not as bright as he appeared. Hall Master, do you trust Venerable Lun Yen? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing remained silent for a while before replying, of course. My mother entrusted me to Venerable Lun Yen in the past. In that case, please wait for Venerable Lun Yen for a while longer. He will be here soon, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai, you keep hindering Long Wanqing from going with me. What is the meaning of this? Would I harm Long Wanqing? I am under orders to protect Long Wanqing, Li Haoran said coldly. Indeed. Gu Hai, don't worry. Battalion Commander Li once saved my life. I will be fine. Venerable Lun Yen will catch up to us soon, Long Wanqing said immediately. Long Wanqing insisted on going her own way, ignoring Gu Hai's advice. This made Gu Hai anxious. Hall Master, sorry for the offense. Gu Hai suddenly said sullenly. Xing. Suddenly, Gu Hai placed the crimson saber on Long Wanqing's neck, showing a cold light on his face. Huh? Long Wanqing immediately goggled. Li Haoran also goggled. What is Gu Hai doing? Is he kidnapping Long Wanqing? Li Haoran, if you are doing your job to protect Long Wanqing, then please move back. Otherwise, I will attack Long Wanqing. Gu Hai said sullenly. Li Haoran stared at Gu Hai with a terrifyingly sullen expression. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Long Wanqing suddenly shouted in rage. Move back. Gu Hai shouted at Li Haoran. Chapter 140. Gu Hai placed his saber on Long Wanqing's neck. This scene stunned the countless cultivators in the surroundings. What's going on? Why is Gu Hai holding the elite hall master hostage? Isn't Gu Hai here to save the elite hall master? What is he doing? The cultivators who crawled out of the rubble could not understand this scene. Li Haoran showed a sullen expression. The Shinji battalion disciples also showed confused expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would hold Long Wanqing hostage? Gu Hai. Li Haoran said sinisterly. Battalion Commander Li, move back. Gu Hai said coldly. However, Li Haoran stood where he was, looking at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Long Wanqing shouted angrily. What's wrong with me? I just got held hostage by Ding Rui. Now, I get held hostage by Gu Hai. Do you still respect me, the hall master, at all? Hall master, sorry for the offense. Gu Hai said sullenly. Humph. Gu Hai, how bold of you. Don't think that I will indulge you just because you saved me earlier. If you still do not let go of me, you will lose all your credit for saving me earlier. You will also be committing an offense against your superiors. Long Wanqing said angrily. Hall master, you are wrong. Gu Hai said sullenly. Huh? I did not save you to gain credit. Even now, I do not know much about Elite Hall. Why would I risk my life to save you? Gain credit? No, I am just repaying a debt of gratitude. After I received news of you being held captive, I killed my way from the Clear River sect to the First Song sect. Then, I killed my way to the Dragon Pinning sect. This is all to repay you for helping me reach the innate realm in the past. I do not need credit for saving you, nor is there any need for any credit. I just want to hand you over to Venerable Lun Yen. I have already repaid my debt of gratitude. Now, we are just one step away from the door. Hall Master, please wait patiently for a moment. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Wanqing did not know whether to laugh or cry at Gu Hai's explanation. Repay a favor. Alright, I admit that you have finished repaying your debt of gratitude. Alright, let go of me now. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. No, Hall Master, it's not that I don't want to let you go. It's just that your thoughts aren't clear. If I let you go, you'll immediately fall into a dead end. Then, everything will be for naught. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Unclear thoughts. What did you say? Long Wanqing said indignantly. Isn't that so? Just now, Ding Rui personally said that Li Haoran was the murderer of your mother. Whether it was true or not, shouldn't you be a little wary of Li Haoran? You didn't. You listened to everything he said. What did you think of your mother's death? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I already said that it wasn't Li Haoran. Long Wanqing said angrily. How can you guarantee that? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Do I need to guarantee that? He was sent by my grandfather to protect me. He saved my life in the past. It's impossible for him to harm me. Ding Rui is crazy. Long Wanqing said angrily. But, he killed Ding Rui to silence her. Don't you find it strange? Gu Hai said coldly. He made a mistake. Long Wanqing said gloomily. That's what you think. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what do you mean? Long Wanqing shouted. I've always told my sons that when you look at something, you can't just look at it from a subjective point of view. Now that you're looking at it from a subjective point of view, how are you going to avenge your mother? Not only will you not be able to avenge her, but you'll also put yourself in danger. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Why do you have the same tone as maternal grandfather? Humph. Gu Hai, I'm not your son. I don't need you to teach me that. Long Wanqing said gloomily. In that case, let me ask you this. Do you know who killed your mother? Gu Hai asked sullenly. So what if I don't? If you don't know, why are you so sure that Li Haoran is not the murderer? Is it because he saved you, or is it because you admire him? Gu Hai asked coldly. You. Long Wanqing felt extremely angry. Before the truth emerges, anyone can be the murderer. Gu Hai said sullenly. Don't interfere in my matters. Let go of me. Long Wanqing shouted. Sorry, Hall Master. I can ignore your matters, but I just need you to wait for a while. Once Venerable Lun Yen arrives, I will release you. Wait patiently. It will be just a while. It will be fine, Gu Hai said. You. Gu Hai. I will definitely teach you a lesson. You lunatic. Long Wanqing said angrily. I am not crazy. I just don't trust Li Haoran. When Venerable Lun Yen arrives, I will apologize to you, Gu Hai said sullenly. Humph. Long Wanqing snorted helplessly. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing as he looked coldly at Li Haoran. Battalion Commander Li, if you are really here to protect Hall Master, please move back and wait for Venerable Lun Yen to arrive. Li Haoran did not move back. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Then, he revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai. Gu Hai. I hated this name the first time I heard of you in the innate puzzle world. Now, I realize that you are even more detestable than your name. Li Haoran did not move back. Instead, he stepped forward. Move back. Gu Hai barked while glaring. Li Haoran revealed a cold smile and said, Do you dare to hurt Long Wanqing? Do you dare? Li Haoran took another step forward. Gu Hai's face sank as he leaped up. Bang! Li Haoran held Long Wanqing hostage and leaped from one peak to another, appearing afraid. Countless cultivators in the distance showed confused expressions. Why does this scene look so strange? Seeing Gu Hai move back, Li Haoran became even more insatiable, taking another step forward. You don't dare, right? You don't dare to hurt Long Wanqing, right? You said that you are repaying a debt of gratitude. If you hurt Long Wanqing, you will be repaying kindness with enmity. Are you repaying a debt of gratitude? Li Haoran said coldly as he flew over. Bang! Gu Hai moved back again and leaped onto another peak. Let go of Long Wanqing. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Li Haoran said coldly as he flew over again. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly retreated to a valley. You already have nowhere to go. Let go of Long Wanqing. Otherwise, this finger strike of mine will make you rest in this valley forever. Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he extended a finger and pointed a manifested finger at Gu Hai. It looked like he could instantly pierce through Gu Hai's head with just a thought. Gu Hai, let go of me. You are not a match for Li Haoran. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Hall Master, did you notice? Li Haoran is not willing to take a step back for you. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai, you already have nowhere to go. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for this. Li Haoran said coldly. Retreat? Do you think that I'm retreating? Gu Hai retorted coldly. Buzz! Suddenly, surging fog appeared around Li Haoran. In an instant, the fog enveloped several peaks. What? Long Wanqing revealed a trace of surprise. She saw a halberd slashing toward Li Haoran from the fog behind him. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. A loud roar rang out as the halberd slashed down with overwhelming might. Be careful! Long Wanqing cried out in alarm. Li Haoran's expression changed. He did not expect a sneak attack from behind. With a flip of his hand, the manifested finger disappeared. A golden sword appeared and slashed toward the halberd. Boom! The golden sword and the halberd collided. A loud sound rang out, and the valley shook. Countless rocks shot up into the sky. Gu Hai took this opportunity to jump to the edge of the valley. The 28-line pair world formation. That's not right. Didn't Gu Hai kidnap Long Wanqing? Who's controlling the formation? Why is there the 28-line pair world formation? Many cultivators showed shock on their faces. The halberd and the golden sword were in a stalemate. The two ferocious auras clashed ferociously, stirring up strong winds. However, this happened in the fog. Several hundred of Gu Hai's subordinates, led by Shengguan Hen, protected Guqin. Guqin held a go board made of spirit stones with a ferocious expression. The group of evil men took turns sending veritable energy into Guqin's body. Father, I'm not late, right? Guqin guffawed. Gu Hai jumped with Long Wanqing and headed for the ritual array. You came just in time. That was faster than I expected, Gu Hai guffawed. It's all thanks to the flying ship. Guqin guffawed. Humph. You're about to die, and you still have time for nonsense? Li Haoran snorted coldly. The golden sword in Li Haoran's hand suddenly released a dazzling golden light, and its might skyrocketed. Boom! The huge force seemed like it would knock the halberd back. Oh no! Father! Guqin exclaimed, his expression changing. Place the go piece, Tianyuan. Gu Hai shouted. Clack! Guqin placed a go piece in the ritual array. I am Xiang Yu. With me, I am undefeatable. Roar! Suddenly, a giant appeared in the ritual array. The giant held the halberd and chopped down with all its might. Boom! The huge impact caused the valley beneath Li Haoran's feet to sink. The golden longsword was blocked. The 28-line pair world ritual array. Li Haoran showed a cold expression. Golden force, break. Li Haoran suddenly burst out with a brilliant golden light. He looked like a sun, instantly illuminating the sky. Boom! A huge boom rang out as the enormous valley exploded, and the surrounding mountains shattered. The powerful force shattered the halberd, and the 28 heavens and earth's warp grand spell formation, and then exploded. Ah! A strong force immediately knocked back Guqin, Shengguanhen, and the group of evil men. The hundreds of evil men controlling the ritual array could not withstand Li Haoran's furious strike. The ritual array shattered, and the evil men fell not far from Gu Hai, crying out in pain. Li Haoran glared at Gu Hai, who was in the crowd. Adoptive father, this child does not have a good grasp of the ritual array. I have embarrassed adoptive father. Guqin said bitterly. The 28-line pair world ritual array is only so. Li Haoran said with disdain. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. He reached for the compressed space in his authority token, wanting to take out Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. However, he did not know if the snake-haired head could deal with Li Haoran. Only so. That is because you have not seen the true 28-line pair world ritual array. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Li Haoran. The 9th young master. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows in shock. Battalion commander, be careful. The Shinji battalion disciples in the distance exclaimed. Behind Li Haoran, countless clouds appeared out of thin air. Within the clouds, a peacock plume suddenly appeared. As the peacock plume brushed forward, 2 storms swept up in the void. A sharp sound rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Under the azure peacock plume, all techniques break. Chop! A cold voice rang out as the peacock plume chopped down at Li Haoran. Chapter 141. The peacock plume slashed at Li Haoran with a destructive might. Before the peacock plume arrived, the rocks beneath it were crushed by the powerful pressure. The 9th young master's cloud beast is the great Myojin. Gu Hai was shocked. The grand formation could condense the image of a fierce general. Gu Hai's cloud beast was the overlord, Xiang Yu. However, the 9th young master's cloud beast was the great Myojin. Li Haoran knew the peacock plume was extraordinary when he saw the aura. His expression darkened as he stepped toward the grand formation. The golden sword in his hand slashed out a huge golden energy sword. Boom! The golden sword and the peacock plume clashed, creating a super strong storm. The huge shockwave swept up the dust in the surroundings. What do you think? Shinji battalion commander. Ha 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 ha. The 9th young master's laughter rang out. Humph! Li Haoran shouted. His body shone with a dazzling golden light. He charged into the grand formation with a loud boom. Rumble! Golden and white lights immediately shot out from the grand formation. The peacock plume and the golden sword clashed repeatedly. Rocks and dust rose into the air. The grand formation was already enveloped by the grand formation. With the dust and rocks flying everywhere, the surrounding cultivators could not see clearly. Retreat! Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He grabbed Long Wanqing and led his subordinates to retreat quickly. Gu Hai, it's all your fault. Long Wanqing shouted gloomily. Hall Master, I hope I'm wrong. Sorry for the inconvenience. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The group quickly retreated into the distance. Rumble. The battle between the 9th young master and Li Haoran intensified. The center of the battle became even more chaotic. How did you get here? Gu Hai looked at Guqin. Venerable Lu Nian arranged for the hall master's 3 servants to be treated in our Gu residence. Then, he went to look for the hall master. Later, we received a letter from our father. After making all the arrangements, Branch Minister Shengguan was prepared to bring the Yellow Legion over. However, the hall master's 3 servants lent the hall master's white cloud flying ship to us. As the flying ship is extremely fast, I wanted to come and take a look. However, when I arrived, I was stopped outside the dragon pinning sect. You came just in time. When I saw you earlier, I thought I was mistaken. Gu Hai said with a smile. As soon as I received my father's signal, I asked Director Shangguan and the others to set up the formation. Gu Qin smiled. Shangguan Hen, Ding Rui's body. Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Don't worry, my lord. I have already arranged for my subordinates to collect the corpse. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. With Shangguan Hen around, Shaoqin did not have to worry much. The group retreated again and again. However, Long Wanqing looked at the distant ritual array worriedly, sulking at Gu Hai. Rumble. The battle was extremely ferocious. The Shinji battalion disciples tried to charge in several times, but they were all forced back, feeling incredibly anxious. This wait lasted for 4 hours. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot over from the horizon. Boom! It was a flying ship that had arrived in front of them in an instant. Venerable Lun Yen! Gu Hai shouted. The flying ship immediately stopped before Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Long Wanqing in pleasant surprise. However, when Venerable Lun Yen saw Gu Hai's crimson saber against Long Wanqing's neck, his face sank. Venerable Lun Yen, I'll leave the Hall Master to you. I have repaid the favor to the Hall Master, Gu Hai said with a smile. After saying that, Gu Hai let go of Long Wanqing. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen instantly arrived before Long Wanqing, shielding her behind him. Hall Master, are you alright? Venerable Lun Yen asked worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen, capture that maniac Gu Hai for me. Long Wanqing said angrily. Hall Master, my father saved you. Gu Qin immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Oh. Venerable Lun Yen revealed some doubt. Venerable Lun Yen turned his head and saw the Shinji battalion's flying ship not far away. He did save me. However, he went against his superiors. Venerable Lun Yen, help me capture Gu Hai. I feel uncomfortable. Long Wanqing said angrily. What's going on? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling confused. Although Long Wanqing was angry, Venerable Lun Yen could tell that Long Wanqing could only throw a tantrum like a child. She was not that serious. Gu Hai did not hide anything, recounting what happened earlier to Venerable Lun Yen. Oh. That is Li Haoran. Venerable Lun Yen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hall Master, I offended you earlier. Now that Venerable Lun Yen is here, I have already returned the favor. Regardless of whether I offended my superiors or held Hall Master hostage, I only wanted to return Hall Master a favor. Now that the favor is done, I have nothing else to ask for. I will return this crimson saber to Hall Master. Also, this is Elite Hall's Water Division medallion. Once I retrieve the items inside, I will return them to Hall Master. Division Master Gu, what are you doing? Venerable Lun Yen immediately stopped Gu Hai. Huh? Division Master Gu, this time, Hall Master is fine because you risked your life to protect her. How can Hall Master blame you? Please return the Water Division Master Gu's Water Division Master. You are already the Water Division Master. No one can erase your identity, Venerable Lun Yen said as he blocked Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly, looking like he wanted to say something. Hall Master. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Long Wanqing with a stern expression. I did not say that I wanted to remove him from his position, Long Wanqing said, feeling somewhat wronged. Division Master Gu, please take back your order. Now that Elite Hall is in trouble, we will need Division Master Gu's help. Hall Master is inexperienced and does not see many things as clearly as Division Master Gu. Division Master Gu also needs to provide more assistance. Don't mention returning the token again, Venerable Lun Yen said solemnly. But Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing showed an increasingly wronged expression. However, when she saw Venerable Lun Yen suddenly glaring at her, she pouted and said, I will listen to Venerable. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing in confusion. Division Master Gu, you had better put it away. Hall Master and I have made a pact. I can make the decision on this matter, Venerable Lun Yen said. Alright, I'll keep it for now. However, I will be leaving soon. I will return this crimson saber to Hall Master. Gu Hai put away the token and handed over the crimson saber. Venerable Lun Yen glared at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing felt even more wronged. She looked at Gu Hai and said, Division Master Gu, I'll leave this crimson saber to you for now. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen in confusion. At this moment, Gu Hai finally understood. Although Venerable Lun Yen was usually very easygoing, once he made a decision, Long Wanqing would not go against it. Venerable Lun Yen was like a teacher, teaching Long Wanqing how to behave and how to handle things, including how to control Elite Hall. Once Long Wanqing made a mistake, Venerable Lun Yen would definitely help her correct it. Division Master Gu, if not for you, Hall Master would have been in grave danger. Although this saber is precious, it is definitely not as precious as Hall Master's life. Just keep it for now. In the future, when Hall Master's maternal grandfather wants to take it back, you can return it. Just treat it as gratitude for your contribution this time, Venerable Lun Yen said solemnly. Alright. Many thanks, Hall Master. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Venerable Lun Yen asked Long Wanqing for some details. As Venerable Lun Yen listened, he looked at Gu Hai with a strange light in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the distance, and thousands of rocks exploded. The battle between Li Haoran and the ninth young master came to a stop. The fog scattered. A person stood on each of the two peaks, the golden-armored Li Haoran and the white-clad ninth young master. The two exchanged glances. For a moment, neither made a move. A disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion? Li Haoran asked coldly. Ninth young master smiled faintly and said, Back then, you made a big fuss in the innate puzzle world, saying that if not for old Mr. Guanqi, you would have flattened the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Is the Sky Chess Pavilion so weak in your eyes? What do you think of me? Li Haoran retorted with a sullen expression, Who are you to the Sky Chess Pavilion? How come I have never heard of you before? Clearly, Li Haoran did not gain the upper hand in the earlier battle. I am just a nameless junior. I am the weakest member of the Sky Chess Pavilion, the ninth young master said with a smile. Of Guanqi's 9 sons, the ninth young master was indeed the weakest. The weakest? Li Haoran showed an unsightly expression. Is this a slap to my face? Whoosh! Suddenly, the ninth young master's subordinate steered the flying ship to the ninth young master's side. The ninth young master stepped onto the flying ship. You want to leave? Li Haoran's expression turned cold. You can't do anything to me, right? The ninth young master said with a sinister smile. Humph! Li Haoran snorted coldly. However, he did not object. The ninth young master turned his head and suddenly looked in Gu Hai's direction. Mr. Good, you owe me a favor, the ninth young master guffawed. Li Haoran turned his head to look in Gu Hai's direction. When he saw Venerable Lun Yen, his expression sank. However, Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master. Then, he bowed slightly and said, Many thanks. If there is a chance in the future, I will return the favor. Ha 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 ha. With your promise, this trip to 9-5 Island was not in vain. We have already lingered here for some time. It is time to leave. Let's meet again in the future. The ninth young master said with a smile. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew off in a certain direction. Gu Hai sent off the ninth young master with his eyes. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Gu Hai curiously. Didn't Gu Hai fall out with the Sky Chess Pavilion's disciple? What was going on earlier? Is Gu Hai very familiar with that Sky Chess Pavilion disciple? Who is that person? Even Li Haoran can't do anything to him. The countless surrounding cultivators showed curious expressions. However, Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yen looked at Li Haoran together. Battalion Commander Li. Didn't you want to bring Hall Master to the Peony sect earlier? This old man will go with you. I hope that Battalion Commander Li does not mind. Venerable Lun Yen said with a faint smile. Li Haoran's eyebrows trembled slightly as he suppressed his emotions. Then, he forced a smile and said, how could this old man dare to dislike Venerable? It would be great if Venerable could follow me. Division Master Gu, you are very capable. Li Haoran suddenly looked coldly at Gu Hai. Battalion Commander Li, you are too polite. Gu Hai did not budge. Will Division Master Gu come with us? Li Haoran asked seriously. No need. I am no longer interested in the dragon vein. Gu Hai shook his head. Huh? Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Hall Master, Venerable Lun Yen, Gu Hai will take his leave first. Gu Hai said with a slight bow. After saying that, Gu Hai quickly led his subordinates away. As Long Wanqing watched Gu Hai leave, the grievance in her eyes disappeared, replaced by embarrassment. After listening to Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yen's descriptions, Long Wanqing understood what Gu Hai had done during this time. Entering the First Song sect, the Clear River sect, and the Dragon Pinning sect were all dangerous places. To save her, Gu Hai did not hesitate, risking his life. In the end, she was still blaming him. Gu Hai, sorry for earlier. Long Wanqing called out to Gu Hai's back. Gu Hai suddenly stopped and turned around. When he saw Long Wanqing's sincere apology, Gu Hai smiled knowingly. After nodding, Gu Hai did not say anything else. Then, he quickly led Gu Qin and the others away. Chapter 142. 500 kilometers of rubble. Not long after Gu Hai's group left, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lun Yen left as well, leaving behind a group of shocked cultivators digesting what happened earlier. In a corner, Montez leaned against a large rock as Feng Ling helped Montez apply medicine. As Montez watched Gu Hai leave, his expression turned sullen. This Gu Hai is truly a demonic genius. The stronger he is, the stronger he becomes. He is like a ghost. If you continue to fight for the dragon vein, you will have a headache. Are you giving up? That's fine as well. Montez turned his head and looked in the direction the Shinji Battalion's flying ship left. The Peony sect. I should have thought of that long ago. Unfortunately, the Peony sect has been closed to visitors. Humph. You can't close your sect this time, right? Montez said coldly. Huss. Husband, I've already bandaged your wounds. Feng Ling said in a trembling voice as she bit her lip. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Montez looked at Feng Ling with raised eyebrows. No, no. Feng Ling showed some fear in her eyes. After sighing slightly, Montez pulled Feng Ling over and said, all right, everything will pass. After I obtain the dragon vein and establish a nation, you will be my empress. I will treat you well. Feng Ling bit her lip but did not say anything. Let's go, then. We will go to the Peony sect now, the last sect on 9-5 Island, Montez said seriously. Gu Hai led his subordinates to a hidden, ruined valley. Gu Hai placed the crimson saber into the authority token space, and he waited quietly. Gu Qin ran over from a nearby mound and said, Adoptive father, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship left. Gu Hai nodded. Adoptive father, the Peony sect has the dragon vein. Are you really not going? Gu Qin asked out of curiosity. Shaking his head, Gu Hai said seriously, I have no advantage if I go now. Instead, I will be restricted. What's the point of going? Foster father is still preparing to fight for the dragon vein. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. If there's a chance, we'll try. If there's no chance, we'll only hurt ourselves. Yes. Milord, Ding Rui's corpse is here. Sheng Guanhen said. Not far away, several evil men carried Ding Rui's corpse over. However, Ding Rui's corpse was too horrible to look at. Father, what do you want this corpse for? We just need to search for the fire branch leader's token. Gu Qin asked curiously. Shangguanhen handed the fire helm token to Gu Hai. Its shape was very similar to the water helm token and the earth helm token, but there was a flame pattern on it. Looking at Ding Rui's corpse, Gu Hai said in a low voice, Ding Rui's death is not to be regretted, but after all, she knew about the death of Long Wanqing's mother. She is dead, but her corpse is still here. We can't get anything out of her, but when the unborn man returns in the future, maybe we can use the corpse to find the human soul. Human soul? Gu Qin asked doubtfully. That's right. Make a grave for her. Hopefully, it can preserve her human soul, and it will be helpful to Long Wanqing and the others in the future. Gu Hai nodded. Milord, I might have to disappoint you. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. Oh. Li Haoran's palm strike seemed to be casual, but it landed on Ding Rui's head. It should have contained some soul-destroying power. Ding Rui's 3 souls should have been completely destroyed by Li Haoran. Shangguanhen said seriously. Destroyed 3 souls. Gu Hai's face sank. Shangguanhen nodded, but he did not explain. Li Haoran, what a good plan. Gu Hai said coldly. Milord, what should we do with Ding Rui's corpse? Shangguanhen asked. Bury it. Gu Hai sighed softly. Yes. Everyone quickly buried Ding Rui's corpse. However, Gu Qin took out a ring and gently waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying ship appeared before everyone. It was Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. Hall Master's 3 servants lent it to me. Naturally, I have to return it later. Gu Qin said with a smile. Looking at Gu Qin, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Never mind. You did not return it to Long Wanqing earlier. So be it. She is with Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen still has another one. Let's go back to the residence, then. With that, everyone boarded the flying ship. A subordinate started the flying ship and soared into the sky, quickly flying into the distance. On the flying ship, Gu Hai changed out of his dirty clothes in a room. At the same time, he checked Ding Rui's authority medallion. Ding Rui was already dead, so Xiaochen easily refined the authority medallion. Soon, he sensed the space inside. There were tens of thousands of superior-grade spirit stones in the space. When Gu Hai saw this, he sighed. Aside from the spirit stones, there were some miscellaneous items that belonged to Ding Rui. There were some books, cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and daily necessities. There were also some sabers and swords. Ding Rui does not have a flying ship. She is not here. Gu Hai felt somewhat regretful. Aside from cultivation techniques, which were of some use to Gu Hai, there was nothing new. However, when Xiaochen checked the items, he found a small box. Oh. Gu Hai took out the box. The box was very exquisite. It was stored separately in the authority medallion space. Gu Hai felt somewhat curious, so he gently opened the small box. There was a letter in the box. As Gu Hai held the letter, he remained silent for a while. In the end, Gu Hai did not open the letter. Instead, he carefully placed it back in the box. Venerable Lun Yen is not in a rush to retrieve this authority medallion. He probably did not forget about it but wants to drag me into this. Ha! Gu Hai showed a complicated expression. Clack! Gu Hai closed the box and placed it back in the authority medallion space. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Gu Hai stepped out of the room and walked to the deck. As he stood on the deck, he watched the flying ship fly quickly. Adoptive father, 9-5 Island has 5 large sects that control 6 mortal regions. However, 4 of those sects are already destroyed. Only the Peony sect remains. In that case, most of these mortal nations will belong to my Gu residents in the future. Adoptive father, why don't we take a look at the 6 mortal regions? Guqin asked with some anticipation. We have plenty of time in the future. Right now, 9-5 Island is not peaceful. Let's return first. Gu Hai shook his head. Alright, then. Guqin said somewhat regretfully. Let's take things one step at a time. The region we live in has 5 nations. There are many things to do when we return, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. On the Shinji Battalion's flying ship, there were also many palaces on the flying ship. At the entrance of one of the palaces, Venerable Lun Yen placed his hands on Long Wanqing's back, trying to break the seal on her. Li Haoran looked at Venerable Lun Yen from the deck in the distance with a sullen expression. He seemed to be in a bad mood. An armored, azure-faced man stood at the side. Gao Lusheng. There is something I need you to do. Li Haoran said seriously. Yes. Battalion commander, please give me your instructions, the azure-faced man said solemnly. You arrived in the Yuanying state not long ago, right? You will lead the team and kill Gu Hai. Li Haoran said seriously. Huh? Yes. Gao Lusheng answered, not rejecting the order. Li Haoran leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. 9-5 Island is a trap set up by Old Man Guanqi. That Sky Chess Pavilion disciple valued Gu Hai so highly. There must be a connection. Although Gu Hai said that he would not participate in the fight for the Dragon Vein, accidents are inevitable. I do not wish for any accidents to happen. Hence, Gu Hai needs to die. You are the only one who can do it. Yes. However, this subordinate is worried. Gao Lusheng said with a frown. I know that Gu Hai is very strong. Take 1,000 Shinji Battalion disciples with you. Also, try not to do it yourself. I will give you some treasures. Use them to bribe fugitives to kill Gu Hai, Li Haoran said seriously. Yes. This subordinate happens to know a few Yuanying state disciples on 9-5 Island. They are all bandits of the Thousand Island Sea. Gao Lusheng nodded. This ring contains the treasures to bribe them. Go and pick your men. Li Haoran handed over a ring. Yes. Gao Lusheng answered. Gao Lusheng quickly went to pick his subordinates. The flying ship stopped at a mountain peak for a short time. Then, 1,000 Shinji Battalion disciples jumped off the flying ship and rushed into the distance. Pooh! Long Wanqing vomited a mouthful of blood as surging energy radiated from his body. Venerable Lun Yen, the seal is undone. Many thanks, Venerable. Long Wanqing looked at his hands excitedly. However, Fu Shui's seal is rather strange, so it took a little longer. Venerable Lun Yen smiled as he stood up. Hey! Long Wanqing raised his eyebrows. He happened to see 1,000 Shinji Battalion disciples leaving the flying ship. Just at this moment, Li Haoran walked over from afar. Battalion Commander Li, why are they leaving? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. I sent them to do something. Don't worry. Li Haoran smiled. Is that so? Long Wanqing showed a slightly complicated expression. After chatting for a while, Li Haoran returned to his residence. Long Wanqing stood on the deck, looking at the Shinji Battalion disciples leaving with a heavy heart. Venerable, do you think those 1,000 Shinji Battalion disciples are going to deal with Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lun Yen worriedly. Long Wanqing's experience in society was shallow. However, this did not mean that he was stupid. After thinking about it for a while, Long Wanqing could guess. I hope so. Venerable Lun Yen smiled as he looked into the distance. Ah. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Don't worry. This Gu Hai is not easy to deal with. Gao Lusheng should not be able to defeat Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yen said seriously as he looked into the distance. However, what if he sneak attacked? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. A sneak attack would be better. It would be best to anger Gu Hai. Ha! Venerable Lun Yen laughed. Long Wanqing. Don't worry. Gu Hai will be fine. He is very tough. However, you have to be careful when you enter the Peony sect, Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. Yes. Chapter 143. 10 days later, in the Jin Nation, in the royal court, the atmosphere in the royal court was very heavy. The officials did not say a word as they looked at the emperor on the dragon throne. A yellow-robed official in the middle of 2 rows of officials made a report with an unsightly expression. Your Majesty, the Qin nation is now completely loyal to the Gu residents. The entire nation has submitted to the Gu residents. Now, Gao Xianji is leading the Qin nation's army, no, the Gu residents' army, into my Jin nation. This time, he is coming with a strong momentum, attacking 4 nations at the same time. There have already been brief clashes at the front lines. The Qin nation. Chen Liangyi submitted to Gu Hai just like that. Did he not resist at all? The Jin emperor asked with an unsightly expression. No. I don't know what Gu Hai promised him, but Chen Liangyi cooperated fully. Gu Hai seems to have been preparing for this for a long time. He switched officials very frequently. Many of the Qin nation's officials seem to have been arranged by Gu Hai long ago. The yellow-robed official said with a complicated expression. Did they not resist? Yes. A few of the city lords were unwilling to submit to the Gu residents and rebelled. However, they were quickly suppressed. Immortals participated, and there was a bloody purge. There were still many voices of dissatisfaction within the Qin nation. However, they were quickly digested. The Qin nation no longer exists, and it belongs to the Gu residents, the yellow-robed official said respectfully. Did the citizens not resist? Very few, very few, very few. The Gu residence is the wealthiest family of the 6 nations. However, it has accumulated a lot of good reputation over the past few decades. It has an excellent reputation among the citizens. 1 year ago, the Qin nation experienced great turmoil, and the citizens' hearts wavered. They now acknowledge the Gu residents even more than the Qin nation's royal clan. Hence, the citizens have a smooth transition, the yellow-robed official said bitterly. The yellow-robed official said bitterly, Gu Hai is very ambitious. He wants to unify the 5 nations with just one residence, the Jin emperor said with a sullen expression. Your Majesty, although the Gu residence is just one residence, its influence is no less than that of a nation. Take our nation, for example. The Gu clan's businesses have always been the leader of the business world. It is a business empire hidden in the 6th nation of the 5 nations. However, it has always been known as a residence, the yellow-robed official said with a bitter smile. The most important thing is that Gu Hai has now stepped into the cultivation world and has 3,000 immortals under his command. Our mortal army, I'm afraid. The yellow-robed official said with an ugly expression. Humph. He has 3,000 immortals. My Jin nation still has the Dragon Pinning sect, an immortal sect. The other nations also have the First Song sect and the Clear River sect. Gu Hai is angering the immortal sections. Soon, he will meet with a calamity, the Jin emperor said coldly. Reporting. The 3rd prince requests an audience. An anxious voice came from outside the hall. Oh. The 3rd prince? The 3rd prince, who entered the Dragon Pinning sect to cultivate, has returned. The officials immediately rejoiced. Let's go, the Jin Wang shouted. Soon, a group of guards carried a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a red-clothed man in a rather sorry state. There were bloodstains on his legs, wounds all over his body, and his hair was disheveled. 3rd prince? Everyone looked at the red-robed prince in surprise. Why was he being carried back? Son, what happened to you? The Jin Emperor's expression changed as he stood up from his throne. Although the third prince was not the crown prince, the third prince was more important than the crown prince in the Jin Emperor's eyes. This was because the third prince's future development was even greater than the Jin Emperor's. The third prince could cultivate to immortal ascension. Although the Jin Emperor was the emperor, his lifespan was limited. In a few decades, he would be nothing more than a lump of dirt. How could he compare to an immortal ascension? Imperial Father, this child had just returned when I heard the battle report from the front lines. I did not dare to linger and immediately rushed over, the third prince said bitterly. What happened? Who injured you to this extent? Weren't you at the dragon pinning sect? The Jin Emperor asked in shock. The dragon pinning sect. Ha! It's gone, the third prince said bitterly. Gone? What do you mean? Your dragon pinning sect has thousands of disciples. Why is it gone? The Jin Emperor asked in shock. Gu Hai went to the dragon pinning sect. Nearly everyone in the dragon pinning sect, including the sect master, died. Only a few dozen survived. This child survived and managed to escape, the third prince said bitterly. What? The officials immediately exclaimed. Gu Hai. How can that be? Didn't he just start cultivating? How could he make an enemy of your dragon pinning sect? The Jin Emperor said in shock. So what if he makes an enemy of my dragon pinning sect? Imperial Father, you still do not know, right? After Gu Hai returned, he first destroyed the Great Feng Mafia family. Then, he destroyed the Clear River sect. Then, he destroyed the First Song sect. Not long ago, he destroyed my dragon pinning sect, the third prince said bitterly. The officials. The Jin Emperor. He destroyed 4 large immortal sects in succession. The hall fell deathly silent. That's impossible. Is Gu Hai that incredible? Didn't he just reach the innate realm? Just now, the Jin Emperor said in disbelief. I heard that the First Song sect disciples died the most miserable deaths. Gu Hai alone slaughtered 5,000-odd First Song sect disciples, the third prince said bitterly. The Jin Emperor. The officials. The hall fell deathly silent again. Report. A messenger rushed into the hall. Reporting to your majesty, there is news from Gold Border City. We lost Gold Border City to Gao Xianji's army, the messenger reported as he knelt. The officials. The Jin Emperor. The Great Feng Mafia family. The Clear River sect. The First Song sect. The Dragon Pinning sect. The 4 large immortal sects. Gu Hai slaughtered them all, one after another. No wonder he wants to rule the world. No wonder he dares to rule the world. Even the Jin nation's backer is destroyed. Gu Hai. Gu Hai. The Jin Emperor showed a sullen expression as he clenched his fists. However, he felt powerless to resist. Dong. 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 Drum beats came from outside the hall. What's going on? The Jin Emperor looked outside. Soon, a guard rushed into the hall and said, reporting to your majesty, the Gu Residence's Merchant Association's manager, Tang Chu, requested an audience with your majesty. However, he was stopped, so he beat the heaven-shaking drum to request an audience with your majesty. The heaven-shaking drum? Only those with great grievances would strike the heaven-shaking drum, which can reach the heavens. No matter what the grievance is, those who strike the heaven-shaking drum will be flogged 80 times to show their dragon might. Then, the Gu Residence's first manager is striking the heaven-shaking drum? The third prince exclaimed in shock. At this moment, no one would mention not being flogged 80 times. Summon him. The Jin Emperor ordered. No. Assistant Minister of Rights, go and receive him. The Jin Emperor immediately ordered. Yes. An official immediately left the hall. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. As the third prince was carried to the side, he showed an incredibly complicated expression. Soon, the assistant minister of rights led a white-haired old man over. Although this old man had white hair, he looked very spirited. His eyes were extremely sharp. Two black-robed men followed behind him, looking like they were protecting him at all times. "Manager Tang, please," the assistant minister of rights said extremely politely. Manager Tang smiled faintly, and a feeling of exaltation flashed in his eyes. Back when he was in charge of the Gu residence's businesses in the Jin nation, many people looked down on him. All the officials here looked down on him in the past. Aside from liking his money, they all looked down on him. Now, the country was about to change. How could Manager Tang not be in a good mood? After entering the hall, Manager Tang did not greet the Jin Emperor immediately. Instead, he looked at the two black-robed guards behind him. "Many thanks for protecting me along the way," Manager Tang said with a slight bow. "Manager Tang, we are here on the orders of the minister. You don't have to worry about us. Just do what you need to do," one of the black-robed men said. Shopkeeper Tang nodded. Only now did the officials notice Manager Tang's two guards. These two are two of the 3,000 immortals under Gu Hai, using immortals to protect mortals. At first, the officials did not understand. Then, they felt horrified. From this scene, they could see Gu Hai's determination. The Gu residence's head manager in the Jin nation, Tang Chu, greets the Jin nation's emperor. Tang Chu said with a slight bow. Manager Tang used the word greet instead of greet. Clearly, he was treating Tang Chu as an envoy of a nation and not an insignificant citizen of the Jin nation. "Manager Tang, are you here on behalf of Gu Hai?" the Jin emperor asked. "Yes, it is my master," Manager Tang said with a smile. "Your Gu residence has invaded my borders, yet you still dare to barge into my royal court?" the Jin emperor demanded coldly. Tang Chu did not fear the Jin emperor's cold shout. Instead, he smiled faintly. Tang Chu was the head manager in charge of the Jin nation's businesses. He had many subordinates and naturally had his own dignity. Furthermore, once he took over the Jin nation, he would likely become the person in charge here. Soon, he would replace the current emperor. What was there to be afraid of? "Jin Emperor, I am not here to argue with you." "There is nothing to argue about. The third prince is here." "I believe the third prince has already said everything that needs to be said," Manager Tang said with a smile. The Jin Emperor looked at Manager Tang coldly. "Jin Emperor, various officials, there is no need to look at me like that. My Gu residence does not owe you anything. Instead, you owe my Gu residence countless times. From the Jin Emperor to the various ministers, none of you have ever taken money from my Gu residence?" Manager Tang sneered. "Huh?" The various officials frowned as they looked at Manager Tang. "Don't think that your Jin nation's regime is very stable. In the past few decades, the Jin nation had 5 floods and 6 droughts. Each time, there was a major plague. With the national treasury empty, who was it that saved the victims and did not cause chaos? It was my Gu residence. Without my Gu residence, your Jin nation would have fallen into chaos long ago. Is it all because of the dragon pinning sect's immortals? Have they ever cared about you?" Manager Tang smiled. This year, the Jin nation experienced a drought. There was no harvest for 5,000 kilometers of fertile land. If my Gu residence did not save you, how much grain could your national treasury take out? If the citizens had no food to eat, they would rise up and overthrow your regime, Manager Tang said seriously. "Manager Tang, what are you trying to say?" the Jin Emperor asked coldly. "Today, on behalf of my master, I'm sending a letter of surrender to the Jin kingdom's royal family. I hope that you can think about it carefully and cherish this opportunity to avoid suffering a great loss of life." Shopkeeper Tang handed over a silk scroll. "A letter of surrender?" The Jin Emperor glared. A commotion broke out among the various officials, and they immediately glared at each other. They all looked like they wanted to skin Tang Chu alive. Here is the letter of surrender. Whether you surrender or not is up to you. It is just a matter of time. Whether the citizens suffer or not does not make a difference to your outcome. Oh, right, the neighboring Kai nation has already accepted the letter of surrender. Tang Chu handed over the letter of surrender and took a step back. Jin nation's emperor, various lords, this humble one will take his leave first. Please discuss among yourselves. Once you have made a decision, inform me. I will be staying in the Gu Residence's restaurant outside the Imperial Palace, Tang Chu said with a faint smile. After speaking, Tang Chu turned around and walked out of the hall. Two black-robed guards followed closely behind. The Jin nation's emperor's chest heaved as he suppressed his anger. The various officials cursed angrily. However, some of them entered deep thought as a strange light flashed in their eyes. Chapter 144. Jin Nation, Jin Border City, Gao Xianji sat in the main hall of the city lord's manor, reading the battle reports coming in from all directions. Her subordinates respectfully busied themselves at the side. After reading for a long time, Gao Xianji rested for a while. She drank a cup of tea and looked at the scribes around her. At this moment, one of the old scribes looked at Gao Xianji and asked, "Grand Marshal, our army's morale is at its peak. Why don't we pursue the victory? Our Gu Residence Army's goal is to conquer the world, not conquer it. We just need to win the first battle to weaken the enemy's might and intimidate the other four nations. After all, our army is limited in numbers. We cannot be greedy and advance rashly. Otherwise, we will end up in a quagmire." As a result, he failed at the last minute. Gao Xianji explained. Yes. Furthermore, the camp is not stable yet. Many of the generals are still unconvinced, right? Gao Xianji looked at the old scribe. Indeed. Indeed, they are different from us. They were hastily appointed and dispatched to battle. We have been following the Grand Marshal for decades. Originally, when the Grand Marshal joined the Immortal sect, we thought that we would never see him again. Unexpectedly, the Grand Marshal returned, the old scribe said with a smile. Immortal sect? Ha! It's just cultivation. You all followed me for many years. This time, I brought you all back to cultivate together. Gao Xianji said with a smile. Whoosh! The busy scribes and officials all stopped what they were doing and raised their heads. Grand Marshal, what did you say? Is Mr. Good preparing to? The old scribe exclaimed in shock. There is no need to make a fuss. The Manor Lord is preparing to establish a nation because of this. Furthermore, the Manor Lord is open-minded and generous. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. All of you work hard, and you will have your chance. The medicinal pills and cultivation techniques that immortals eat will soon be bestowed. How much you can obtain will depend on your efforts. Gao Xianji said indifferently. Really? I also have a chance. The old scribe said excitedly. The 5 shopkeepers in charge of the 5 nations should have received the elixir sent by the manor head by now. Although it can't prolong one's life, it can at least prevent one from falling ill and increase one's cultivation. In the future, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Gao Xianji explained. All the scribes were shocked. You can spread this news and let those who are still unconvinced know that the path pointed out by the manor head is the most correct one. And those who are scheming, put away those thoughts. Gao Xianji said in a deep voice. Yes, Grand Marshal, don't worry. We will do our best. Everyone said excitedly. The new recruits are a mix of good and bad. I just took over. Send someone to record the discipline of the various troops. Those who ruin my Gu Residence's reputation will be dealt with according to military law. Gao Xianji said. Yes, Sir. One of the officials in charge of monitoring responded. Hulao Pass, Gu residence. In the soaring pagoda. Gu Hai sat in front of his desk, reading the battle reports from all directions. Gu Qin was by his side. Adoptive father, there is news from the Kai nation. The Kai nation's ruler is pleading for mercy. He hopes that father will treat him well. Gu Qin said solemnly. The Kai nation. The nation that used to be subordinate to the First Song sect, right? It looks like I scared him. To think that he chose to surrender without hesitation. Gu Hai stopped reading the battle reports and picked up a cup of tea. Adoptive father, what do you say? Give him 100 kilometers of land and the title of baron. He can keep 1% of the national treasury. I, Gu Hai, promise him the safety of the royal court and that he will be my subjects in the future. However, the prerequisite is that he cooperates with my Gu residents to fully accept the Kai nation. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Also, Manager Tang and Manager Li sent news. The Jin nation's royal court and the Lu nation's royal court seem to be on the verge of giving in, Gu Qin said solemnly. The Jin emperor. The Lu emperor. Ha. Get the two managers to put some pressure on them. I don't want this to drag on for too long. Also, get Gao Xianji to make a show of force and teach the Jin emperor and the Lu emperor a lesson. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, I will send the news later. Adoptive father, the only one resisting now is the Zhao nation. The Zhao nation has the peony sect backing them up. Their tone is firm. Gu Qin said worriedly. The Zhao nation. Let's use the Zhao nation to train Gao Xianji's troops. After the Jin nation and the Lu nation are willing to accept, Gao Xianji's army will do its best to subdue the Zhao nation. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Inform Gao Xianji to discipline the army and not disturb the people. In the future, the entire world will belong to my Gu residence's subjects. Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, rest assured. Before Gao Xianji left, I already gave her instructions. Gu Qin replied with a nod. Adoptive father, when are you going to establish a nation? Gu Qin asked with some anticipation. Wait for a while longer. It is not time yet. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Oh. Gu Qin nodded in confusion. How's the recruitment on Chen Tianshan's side? He managed to recruit 50 cultivators who are willing to join my Gu residence. However, they are all early-stage innate realm loose cultivators. Surviving in the Thousand Islands Sea is difficult for cultivators. My Gu residence has a salary of spirit stones. They are just looking for a place to settle down. It's good to have a start. Gu Hai smiled as he sipped his tea. Adoptive father, are you not concerned about the peony sect? The peony sect hiding the dragon vein? News of this has already spread. More and more cultivators are heading there. What is the point of me paying attention to it? Just focus on conquering this mundane region first. That is the right thing to do. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. All right. Gu Qin smiled bitterly. At the same time, on a mountain peak far away from the Gu residence, the Shinji battalion's Gao Lusheng led 5 bamboo hat-wearing men to the peak. They looked at the fog-shrouded Gu residence's surroundings. The 28-line pair world ritual array. One of the bamboo hat men asked. Gao Lusheng, are you thinking of getting us to barge into the ritual array and assassinate Gu Hai? Even the East Sea pirate king, Luo Tiange, lost to this ritual array in the past. Although we are already in the Yuanying state, we just reached it. If you want us to barge into the ritual array, aren't you just sending us to our deaths? The treasures you promised are indeed tempting. However, we need to be alive to get them, right? The 5 bamboo hat men looked at Gao Lusheng. 5 monster kings, I'm sure all of you know better than me how difficult it is to cultivate to the nascent soul realm without a dharma treasure. There are gains and losses. These 5 treasures of mine were given to me by the battalion commander. This matter is indeed risky. However, if there were no risks, such a good thing would not have landed on your heads, right? Gao Luxing smiled. The 5 bamboo hat men fell silent. Then, one of them shook his head and said, however, we do not dare to touch the 28-line pair world ritual array lightly. Gu Hai is inside. If you do not assassinate him, you will not be able to obtain my treasures. Gao Luxing said seriously. The 5 fiend kings remained silent. Of course, we do not need to enter the ritual array to deal with Gu Hai, right? Gao Luxing smiled. Oh. We can lure Gu Hai out. After all, Gu Hai is just an innate realm cultivator. You 5 fiend kings are all in the Yuanying state. You can already take human form. Can't you deal with him? Gao Luxing smiled. The 5 fiend kings exchanged glances. In the Gu residence, just as Gu Hai was conversing with Gu Qin, a series of shouts suddenly rang out. Ah! Fiend! Fiend! Fiend kings are eating humans. Master, save me. Evil creature, how dare you cause trouble in the Gu residence? Fire the arrows. The outside world suddenly turned chaotic. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Huh! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stood up and walked to the Soaring Pagoda's entrance. The Soaring Pagoda was the 28-line pair world ritual array's source. While Gu Hai stood there, he could see everything inside and outside the ritual array. He saw that the small town outside the Gu residence was in chaos. Chen Tianshan, Shengguan Hen, and a group of evil men were holding their weapons, dealing with 5 colossal creatures that suddenly appeared. There were 2 giant leopards, 2 giant wolves, and 1 giant bear. All of them were over 30 meters tall and emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Surging chi exploded from the 5 great beasts, forming tornadoes. The commoners outside the town were immediately thrown to the ground by the tornadoes. Roar! The 5 fiend kings bombarded the buildings outside the small town. Then, they opened their mouths and sucked. Ordinary people immediately got sucked into their mouths. After struggling in pain for a while, they were chewed and swallowed. Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Chen Tianshan commanded in shock and anger. The evil men quickly fired astral arrows. However, the astral shields around the 5 ferocious beasts blocked them. The Yuanying state. Gu Hai's face sank. Roar! Roar! The 5 ferocious beasts roared as they charged at the evil men. The evil men quickly scattered and fled. At the same time, they cooperated and fired arrows. However, the 5 ferocious beasts were too ferocious. With their strong destructive power, half of the small town was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Many ordinary people suffered as they screamed in horror. Bastard! Gu Hai suddenly shouted angrily. Through the ritual array, Gu Hai's voice boomed like heavenly thunder. Master! Master! Save us! The surrounding ordinary people ran towards the ritual array in horror. However, the 5 ferocious beasts seemed to be deliberately avoiding the ritual array. They blocked the ordinary people and continued killing them. Adoptive father, is this fiend king specifically targeting you? Is he trying to trick you into coming out of the ritual array? Gu Qin asked worriedly. Gu Qin, take control of the ritual array and work with me. Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, you can't go out. Gu Qin said worriedly. Bang! Gu Hai took a step forward and instantly jumped out of the ritual array. When Gu Hai jumped out, a crimson saber suddenly appeared in his hand. A bloody aura immediately filled his body. Roar! Gu Hai is out. Ha ha ha! The 5 ferocious beasts immediately laughed loudly. They stopped eating the ordinary people and opened their mouths to charge at Gu Hai. In their opinion, Gu Hai was just an innate realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, there should be a limit to his strength, right? Roar! A leopard demon rushed to the front. He took a step forward and was about to pounce on Gu Hai with a murderous aura. You're courting death. Gu Hai glared at him and slashed with the crimson saber in his hand. Boom! The crimson saber slashed out like a crimson rainbow. Half the sky was instantly dyed red. The leopard demon that was pouncing on him suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. However, it was too late. The leopard demon's claw had already reached him. Boom! With a loud bang, the endless crimson light instantly blinded everyone's eyes. An unbelievable scene happened. The tiny Gu Hai was not killed. Instead, the huge leopard demon was sent flying by the saber. The protective shield shattered with a loud bang. A wound opened from his chest and stomach, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Impossible. The leopard demon who was flying in the air and vomiting blood looked at Gu Hai in horror. What? The other three demons also stopped in their tracks and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai landed on the ground with the crimson saber. The crimson light made his entire body red. His body was surrounded by a bloody aura. He looked extremely ferocious, like a demon that had crawled out of a bloody hell. Chapter 145. The moment the crimson saber appeared, one of the 5 beasts was killed. The 5 beasts were so shocked that their expressions changed drastically. Impossible. Gao Lusheng, who was on a distant mountain peak, was shocked. In terms of pure strength, how could Gu Hai defeat the 5 beasts? Although the 5 beasts were beasts, they were still in the Yuanying state. Even if they had just arrived in the Yuanying state, they were still in the Yuanying state. That saber. Gao Lusheng's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was impossible for Gu Hai's strength and speed to increase by so much. There was only one possibility, the saber. That crimson saber. With the crimson saber in hand, Gu Hai's entire body turned blood red. Be careful of that saber, the leopard beast whose stomach had been cut open shouted. Roar! The group of beast kings looked at Gu Hai coldly. Who sent you? Gu Hai asked coldly as he held the crimson saber. You are Gu Hai. I heard you have a century lifespan immortality peach. We are here for your immortality peach, one of the wolf beasts said coldly. Ha! I know even if you don't say it. Are you Li Haoran of the Shinji battalion? Gu Hai sneered. The beast's expression sank. Gao Lusheng, who was on a distant mountain peak, also had a grim expression. Shangguan Hen, take your men and save the surrounding civilians. Chen Tianshan, cooperate. Gu Hai called out. Understood. Shangguan Hen and Chen Tianshan answered. Ha ha ha. Save them. You still want to save the civilians at a time like this? Roar. The 2 wolf beasts suddenly roared and charged at Chen Tianshan. They instantly arrived before Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai swung his saber at them. One of the wolf beasts slashed with its claws, aiming at the energy saber. Gu Hai swung his crimson saber. At this moment, the other wolf beast charged at Chen Tianshan. If Gu Hai let his guard down, he would be torn apart. Heavenly saber. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Suddenly, surging fog surged out in all directions. It was the crimson saber sending surging energy to Gu Hai. Gu Hai could drive the heavenly saber death match now. Suddenly, as the blood saber slashed out, the heavenly sabers slashed at the wolf demon on the side. Rumble. After all, there was a limit to the strength of the heavenly saber. The heavenly saber was not very strong. However, it could only inflict pain on the wolf spirit, leaving shallow saber wounds on its body. For a moment, Gu Hai was like a sphere surrounded by blade chi as he collided with the 2 wolves. Come and help. A wolf demon shouted. Roar. The group of demon monarchs pounced over. Roar! Opening his mouth, the leopard demon spat out a ball of flames towards Gu Hai. All of a sudden, Gu Hai became the target of a siege, trapped in the center of the group of demons. The crimson saber in Xiao Chen's hand was already moving at its fastest speed. However, it was extremely difficult to fight against 5 people. Boom! Suddenly, a wolf claw broke through Skyblade's area and charged toward Gu Hai. Rip! Gu Hai's clothes immediately tore apart, leaving a red mark on his chest. If not for Gu Hai's tough skin and the crimson saber's energy, his stomach would have been ripped open. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then, he suddenly swung his saber at the bear demon. Xiao Chen put his full power into this saber strike. With this, the bear demon's back was wide open. Roar! The wolf demon's claw broke through Skyblade's area again and grabbed Gu Hai's back. Boom! The crimson saber chopped down, and the bear demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. Ah! Oh no, the bear demon suddenly shouted. However, Gu Hai had already knocked the bear demon into the ritual array with his full power. Strength to pick up mountains, unparalleled might. A loud roar suddenly came from the ritual array. Boom! Ah! The bear demon's miserable cry came from the ritual array. Rumble! The ritual array struggled for a while. However, it seemed like the bear demon could not get out. Outside, Gu Hai sent the bear demon flying with his saber strike. However, the wolf demon clawed at his back. The wolf demon gave off a metallic sound. Boom! The wolf demon knocked Gu Hai into the air. The clothes on his back tore apart. However, his skin remained intact. How can this be? Why was there a layer of armor on your back earlier? Did I see wrongly? The wolf demon exclaimed. Earlier, Gu Hai had driven the Life Ender saber to grow new bones on his back, forming armor to protect his back. That was how he managed to block the wolf demon's claw. However, this claw made Gu Hai's chi and blood surge. Again. Gu Hai stepped forward and charged again. Roar! Roar! The 2 wolves and 2 leopards suddenly roared and pounced. Gu Hai had experience from earlier. Without the bear demon, he felt much less pressure. The Heavenly Saber death match revolved around Xiao Chen as the Crimson Saber repeatedly clashed with the 4 animal demons. The battle turned chaotic. After fighting for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly found himself in an excellent position. Again. Break! Gu Hai roared. He opened up again and swung his saber at one of the wolf demons with all his might. Roar! The other 3 wolf demons roared and charged at Gu Hai with all their might, braving the damage from the Heavenly Saber death match to attack him. Boom! Another wolf demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. No! That wolf demon shrieked miserably as it met Xiang Yu's halberd again in the ritual array. As the 3 wolf demons charged at Gu Hai at the same time, they knocked him into the air. His upper body was already torn, and a layer of bone armor appeared on his body. However, the bone armor vanished in an instant. Gu Hai's skin was fine. Blarg! The strong force inflicted internal injuries on Gu Hai, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Was it just a mouthful of blood? The 3 wolf demons looked at Gu Hai in horror. My eyes did not deceive me. Is that really armor? It was there earlier, but it's gone now, the wolf demon exclaimed. Again. Gu Hai charged at the 3 wolf demons while holding his saber. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The 3 wolf demons quickly retreated. Even now, the 3 wolf demons still had not discovered that Gu Hai could not fly. However, everything happened too strangely. Again. Earlier, Xiao Chen had already knocked 2 wolf demons into the 28-line pair world ritual array. Now, his advantage was diminishing. You want to leave? Gu Hai immediately charged at the severely injured leopard demon. That leopard demon was the most severely injured and ran the slowest. Roar, the leopard demon roared. However, it did not have a treasure. Gu Hai swung his saber and immediately injured the leopard demon's back again, causing blood to spurt out. Roar, the leopard demon cried out. Go! Gu Hai charged over with a ferocious expression. Boom! The leopard demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array again. No! I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. Cries of alarm came from the ritual array. Only the wolf and leopard demon remained. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around, wanting to leave. You only want to leave now. It's too late. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Ritual array, rise. Suddenly, another shout came from the distance. It was Shengguan Hen's shout. Boom! Suddenly, white fog rose from the ground, enveloping the remaining two wolf demons. What? The two wolf demons' expressions changed. However, it was too late. An azure dragon crescent blade slashed over. Gu Hai's figure flickered, and he vanished into the fog. Boom! Another halberd slashed down. Boom! Boom! The two wolf demons immediately lost their hind legs, and they fell to the ground. They looked at Xiang Yu's cloud beast in horror. Gu Hai stood on the cloud beast's head and looked at the two wolf demons coldly. You are not smart, yet you tried to assassinate me? Earlier, when I sent Shengguan Hen to protect the citizens, I just wanted him to organize the people to lay the ritual array. You want to fight me? Don't you want to see what others do? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai, what do you want? Gu Hai, don't kill me. I can listen to you. I can listen to you. The two wolf demons cried out in horror. Gu Hai shook his head and said, There's no need. You are from the Yuanying state. I don't have the time to guard against you all attacking me. Whoosh! Suddenly, white fog wrapped around the two wolf demons. What are you doing? The two wolf demons asked, feeling confused. The fog made it so that Shengguan Hen and his subordinates could not see what Gu Hai was doing. Boom! While Xiang Yu stepped on the wolf demon, Gu Hai reached out and pulled out the life-ender saber. Shing! The saber stabbed into the wolf demon's body. Arg! 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 Don't! Don't eat me! Arg! The wolf demon screamed in horror. The moment the wolf demon screamed, the leopard demon screamed in horror as well. Skeleton! Don't eat me! Save me! Gao Lusheng! Save me! Gao Lusheng! Arg! The leopard demon and wolf demon screamed extremely shrilly, chilling Shengguan Hen and the others. However, Gu Hai started controlling the ritual array, enveloping the two wolf demons with the white fog. Everyone could only feel helpless. What did Milord do to the two wolf demons? It was not just Shengguan Hen's ritual array. Soon, the screams of the leopard demon, wolf demon, and bear demon came from Guqin's ritual array in the Gu residence. Arg! The five wolf demons' heart-wrenching screams chilled everyone's hearts. However, the commoners cheered, Kill them, old Master Gu, kill them. My father died a miserable death. Lord Gu, kill these wolf demons and take revenge for my father. Sob. 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 My son, why did you get eaten by the wolf demons? Lord Gu will take revenge for you. Pained cries rang out in the small town. On a distant mountain peak, Gao Lusheng felt a chill in his heart when he heard the screams of the five wolf demons in the ritual array. What exactly happened? The screams lasted for a while before stopping. Under Gu Hai's orders, Shengguan Hen and the others slowly dispelled the ritual array. There were still some cultivators around the small town. The citizens, the Gu residence's evil men, and the Shinji battalion's disciples watched the ritual array in the distance dispel, wanting to see what happened. When the fog scattered, the wolf demon corpses slowly appeared. No, the corpses were gone. Only a pile of bones remained. This? Did a demon eat their bodies? Gao Liusheng's expression changed. The scene of the first song sect reappeared. That was the Yuanying state. That was the Yuanying state. Even after being eaten, only a pile of bones remained. Good. Good kill. Many thanks, Lord Gu. Many thanks, Lord Gu, for taking revenge for my mother. The citizens cheered amid their grief. The cultivators watching from the small town felt a chill in their hearts. That was the Yuanying state. What kind of monster was this Gu Hai? Chen Tianshan and his subordinates gulped, feeling shocked. Deal with these bones. Gu Hai's voice came from the Gu residence's ritual array. Yes. Shengguan Hen answered. At this moment, Gu Hai had already returned to the soaring pagoda. Then, he put away the crimson saber and returned the life-ender saber to his stomach. Gu Hai changed his clothes, showing an unsightly expression. The life-ender saber had consumed 5 Yuanying state cultivators and returned a strong energy to Shao Chen. It felt like it pushed his cultivation to the limits again, like he was about to break through. However, he was stuck here, feeling very uncomfortable. Providence? I need to do it quickly. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression amid his discomfort. Adoptive father, you were too incredible earlier. Gu Qin, who was not far away, still felt excited. Get Shengguan Hen to do his best to search the Gu residence's surroundings for the Shinji battalion's disciples. Find their tracks. Send people to cooperate fully. Gu Hai said. Huh? Yes. Gu Qin answered. Chapter 146. 2 months later, Gu residence, in Gu Hai's study, Gu Hai sat before his desk. Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, Chen Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's managers stood in front of him. Adoptive father, the Jin nation and the Lu nation have already taken complete control. There are still some small rebellions in the country from time to time, but they are no longer a big deal. It is normal for there to be pain during the transition period, Gu Qin said with a smile. That's right. Master, the managers sent good news. The Kai nation, the Lu nation, the Jin nation, and the Chen nation have all surrendered to my Gu residence. Now, they belong to the Gu residence. Only the Zhao nation remains. However, with Manager Zhao's arrangements, the Zhao nation is in chaos. Grand Marshal Gao sent troops to the Zhao nation, and many of the Zhao nation's cities surrendered. I believe that we will be able to take down the Zhao nation soon. The Peony sect is behind the Zhao nation. Did the Peony sect send any disciples? Gu Hai asked after taking a sip of tea. There is no news yet. Gu Qin shook his head. The Peony sect. With countless cultivators heading to the Peony sect disciples should be overwhelmed. How can they have time to care about the Zhao nation? Gu Qin smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Since that is the case, send a message to Gao Xianji and Manager Zhao. Tell them to take down the Zhao nation as soon as possible. Gao Xianji has a group of innate realm cultivators under her command. Don't delay them for too long. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai, I heard that a large number of cultivators are joining my Gu residence again. Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Yes, milord. 2 months ago, milord fought 5 Yuanying state fiend kings, shocking countless cultivators in the surroundings. Now, more than 1,000 cultivators, who are usually very difficult to recruit, are willing to join my Gu residence. Chen Tianshan said with satisfaction. If you recruit too many people, it will be easy for problems to arise. Make sure to settle them properly and make a selection. Gu Hai said. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Shangguanhen, how's the search going? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen furrowed his brows and shook his head. Sir, I did my best to search everywhere and found some traces left by the Shinji Battalion's disciples. However, they are very cunning. You still haven't found him? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. Continue searching, don't stop. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Shangguanhen replied. Gu Hai suddenly frowned, his face flushed red, as if he was somewhat uncomfortable. Father, what's wrong? Gu Qin asked in surprise. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. It was because the Life-Ender saber had devoured the 5-day one budding realm experts previously. As a result, the energy had accumulated in his body and he was unable to break through again. Is the drought of the 5 nations very serious this time? Gu Hai looked at an old manager. Yes, sir. Yes, master. This year, we've received news from various places. It's very serious. There's a drought, thousands of li of fertile farmland, and not a single grain can be harvested. There's also a plague of locusts. In many places, what little food there is has been eaten up by locusts. When the locusts pass through, mountains of corpses are everywhere. The common people have no food to live on, so they have to eat tree bark to survive. There's even a tragic case of bartering. It's been several months, and many people have died in various places. Gu Hai frowned as he tapped his fingers on the table in deep thought. Doing good is accumulating merit. Accumulating merit? Accumulating providence? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, should my Gu residents make a move? Food is in short supply everywhere. Although my Gu residence has stockpiled food, it cannot save the entire world, that old manager said. Make a move. Do your best to provide disaster relief. Gu Hai said seriously. However, master, this subordinate has done some calculations. This natural disaster is too severe. Even if we take over the 5 nations, open up all the national treasuries, and even use all the stockpiled food of my Gu residents, we can only last 2 months to save the world. After that, there will be no more food. The old manager said worriedly. I already said that we will do our best to provide disaster relief. Send out my Gu residents' orders. Do not raise the price of grain in the various shops. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. The old manager said bitterly. I need beneficence, countless beneficence. As for the grain in 2 months, I will think of a way. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. The old manager answered. Jin Nation, the citizens of many places did not care about the Jin Nation's destruction. This was because many of them could no longer survive. Their entire families were about to starve to death. How could they have the energy to care about the country's matters? Some of the trees outside the cities had lost all their bark. They had eaten everything they could, but many people still starved to death. There was no food to eat. Skinny corpses littered some dark corners outside the cities. In a family in a small village, a woman hugged a little boy and cried. An old couple sat beside her, tears streaming down their faces. A middle-aged man also showed a pained expression. I already made an agreement with the neighboring village's old Wang. We will give Xiao Bao to his family, and he will give his child to us. The middle-aged man said in pain. No, I don't want to. We can't give Xiao Bao to his family. We can't give him. Sob. I won't give him even if I die. The woman cried as she hugged the little boy. Mother, I'm hungry. The little boy in her embrace cried. The middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Xiao Bao, father has let you down. However, if we don't give Xiao Bao to the old Wang family, our entire family will starve to death. Father, mother, this child cannot be unfilial. Sob. Sob. No, no, I won't eat the old Wang family's child. I don't want to give Xiao Bao to the old Wang family. I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to, the woman cried bitterly. At this moment, the old man of the old couple hit the kneeling middle-aged man with a wooden stick. Evil creature, evil son, how could you do such a thing? Your mother and I are already old. How could you bear to give Xiao Bao to the old Wang family to eat? I'll beat you to death. The old man hit the middle-aged man painfully. The old woman also stopped the old man and said, "Don't hit him. Our son is also worried sick." The old Li family next door also swapped their son with someone else. We are the ones who implicated them. We are the ones who implicated them. The old man hit the middle-aged man and showed a bitter expression. He looked at the old woman and said with a bitter smile, "Wife, we can't give Xiao Bao to the old Wang family. Our son and grandson are hungry. Let them eat us." The old woman looked at the old man and showed a sad smile. She nodded. "No, Dad, Mom, don't, I know I was wrong, don't take it too hard." The middle-aged man suddenly cried and hugged the old man's leg. The Li family next door swapped their son for food. After they finished eating, they were hungry again. The whole family cried and hung themselves. "My son, eat us. Don't give Xiao Bao to others. He is the root of our family," the old man said while crying. "No, no." The middle-aged man wailed. The woman who was carrying the child also revealed a look of despair. "Father, mother, your daughter-in-law is unfilial. Give Xiao Bao to the Wang family." "Woo-woo. Mom, I'm hungry." The little boy cried. The entire family fell into a deathly silence. A great sense of despair enveloped the entire family. It was as if the whole family had nothing left to live for. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard from outside the house. "Mr. Goo Goo, will open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough at home can bring a bowl and line up at the farm. Mr. Goo, open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough to eat can bring a bowl and line up at the farm." The gong man outside repeated the announcement loudly. The despairing family in the house suddenly raised their heads together. "Unfilial son, what are they saying? Mr. Goo, open the barn and provide free porridge. Free porridge? Mr. Goo, is that the richest man in the 6 nations? Old man, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, we are saved. Open the barn and provide free porridge. Free porridge? Woo woo woo. Xiao Bao, my Xiao Bao. Woo woo woo." The woman hugged the child and hugged her head in pain. The family quickly walked out of the house with pots and bowls. This was not the only disaster. Most families had experienced this disaster. The villagers kept gathering at the farm. At this moment, countless refugees had gathered at the huge farm. All of them were dragging their families and holding pots and bowls. They were sallow and emaciated. Above the farm, 10 large pots were set up, and they were continuously cooking porridge. After the porridge was cooked, it was immediately poured into a large bucket and carried to the side to scoop porridge for the refugees. After the big pots were emptied, the porridge was immediately cooked again. The countless refugees lined up in 10 lines and walked to the porridge bucket. Previously, the family of 5 had lined up for a very long time. Finally, they arrived before a porridge bucket and trembled as they handed over a large bowl. "Thank you. Thank you." The old man cried emotionally. "Don't thank me. You have to thank my master. My master, Gu Hai, Mr. Good." The person scooping the porridge said with a smile. "Yes, yes. Many thanks, Master Gu. Many thanks, Master Gu." The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. The family scooped the porridge and showed sincere gratitude on their faces. Among them, the boy grabbed the large bowl and drank with all his might, unwilling to let go. Soon, the boy finished the porridge. Xiao Bao is saved. Woo-woo. The woman at the side cried. All right, bring the bowl over. I'll scoop another bowl for the boy. The person holding the large spoon said with a smile. Many thanks. Many thanks. The woman cried gratefully. I already said that this is my master's instructions. My master, Gu Hai, is Mr. Gu. If you want to thank someone, thank him. We are just running errands. That person said with a smile. Many thanks, Master Gu. After the family received the porridge, they could not bear to eat it. They slowly moved to the side, and the people behind them continued to receive gifts. When they reached a quiet place, the family treasured the porridge and drank it. Their weak complexions improved slightly. Many thanks, Mr. Gu. My son, daughter-in-law, husband, and Xiao Bao, we will kowtow to Mr. Gu. Many thanks to Mr. Gu for saving our lives. We will kowtow to Mr. Gu, the old man said solemnly. All right. The family pulled Xiao Bao to his knees in a daze. Then, he knelt in the northeast direction, kowtowing in the direction of the Gu residence from a great distance away. When the many disaster victims who survived their temporary crisis saw this family kneel, they also knelt, thanking Mr. Gu from a great distance away. This scene happened in the Chen Nation, Kai Nation, Lu Nation, and Jin Nation. Opening the granaries and providing relief to the disaster victims was a great favor, a great deed, and a great deed. Immediately, sincere gratitude turned into beneficence. The will of heaven seemed to guide these beneficents in the direction of the Gu residence. Many strands of beneficence gathered into providence and charged at Gu Hai. Gu residence, soaring pagoda. Gu Hai sat at the top of the pagoda, looking at some information on various places. Suddenly, it was like a strong wind appeared out of nowhere and rushed into his body. That familiar feeling. Beneficence. Beneficence gathered from all over the world, gathering into providence and charging at Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt like all the pores in his body opened, and a comfortable feeling filled his body. Providence? Indeed, doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds has rewards. Ha! This feeling is about to break through. Gu Hai let out a long breath. Chapter 147. During the drought, the people suffered greatly. The Gu residents opened up the granary to distribute food, a great act of kindness. This attracted the sincere gratitude of countless disaster victims. Many thoughts of gratitude gathered into a river and flowed towards the Gu residence. Gu residence, soaring pagoda. As Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation, everyone and everything were blocked outside the pagoda. Gu Qin, Shangguan Hen, and Chen Tianshan stood guard outside the soaring pagoda, protecting Gu Hai. Rumble. The sound of metal clanging came from the soaring pagoda. That sounds like bones clanging. What cultivation did Milord break through? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Shangguan Hen frowned slightly and shook his head. Clearly, he did not know, either. Gu Hai sat cross-legged in the soaring pagoda. His bones gave off clanging sounds. Back when he was in the Dragon Pagoda sect, the Life Ender's saber absorbed the boundless energy of the Dragon Vein in the 29 worlds, which gave Gu Hai a large amount of energy to strengthen his bones. However, in the later stages, he reached a bottleneck. Due to the accumulation of energy, there was no qualitative change. Now, with the surging beneficence gathering a large amount of providence, Shaochen broke through this bottleneck, and his bones underwent a transformation. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated in Gu Hai's body. After 6 hours, Gu Hai's body trembled. Boom. A loud sound rang out. Only then did Gu Hai's bones stop clanging. Instead, they gave off cracking sounds. After another 2 hours, they slowly calmed down. Gu Hai opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already covered in sweat as he stretched out his right palm. Shing! Under the control of his will, a bone slowly pierced out of his palm. After the transformation, the bone remained silvery white. However, this bone now gave off a metallic luster, looking as dense as silver. However, it was much tougher than silver. It was a silvery white metallic bone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a sword. Shing! The silvery white bone easily pierced through the sword. It was incredibly sharp. Is this considered a breakthrough in my external cultivation? Gu Hai sighed. Whoosh! Under the control of his will, the bones slowly shrank back into his body. The skin that had been pierced recovered in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Gu Hai closed his eyes again and sensed his dantian. Other than the breakthrough in his external cultivation, the jinqi in his dantian also seemed to have reached a limit and was on the verge of a breakthrough. That comfortable feeling was still present in his body, and it was still in the process of filling up his body. Slowly, it formed a golden halo around Gu Hai's body. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his dantian. His dantian was filled to the brim with jinqi. The dragon-shaped jinqi swirled in the vortex, gathering jinqi. However, the 9 fist-sized jinqi vortexes seemed to repel each other. He was unable to take another step forward. Ong! The dragon-shaped jinqi roared as it pushed the true dragon innate skill to its limits. The power of the cyclone could only be this strong. Hu! Suddenly, strands of golden energy flowed into his dantian. The golden energy was none other than the virtuous virtue from all over the world. The golden providence slowly flowed into the 9 fist-sized balls of quintessential essence. Buzz! The 9 true essences slowly fused together, slowly fusing into one within the aura. Boom! The fusion of the 9 true essences immediately gave off a loud sound. A strong force rushed out of Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body, and a current suddenly surged out. A watermelon-sized ball of purple quintessential essence slowly spun in his dantian. The vortex spun above it, as though it wanted to gather all the quintessential essence in his body into it. However, it seemed to have reached its limit, and the quintessential essence could not increase by a single bit. The quintessential essence flowed through his meridians, looking like it had reached a critical point. Buzz! Gu Hai opened his eyes and looked at his clenched hands. Then, he took a deep breath and said, 10th layer innate realm, consummation of the innate realm. I can break through to the golden core realm now. Gu Hai's providence was still increasing. He was very satisfied with his current state. Providence? Back when I was in the acquired realm, if I had established my country earlier and obtained the help of the providence, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort to reach the innate realm. Gu Hai said thoughtfully. Then, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, even so, back then, the various countries were controlled by the various large sections. With my strength back then, it was impossible to establish a country. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai slowly stood up. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort in his body. Slowly, Gu Hai walked to the window of the soaring pagoda. Foster father, you broke through? Gu Qin asked joyfully. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After obtaining the providence, Gu Hai confirmed that establishing a country was the right thing to do. Another 10 days passed. During this time, the providence continued to gather. Gu Hai's body seemed to have a trace of golden light, making him look like a god. Gu Hai frowned again at this moment. It was originally an extremely comfortable matter. Although the presence of fate energy was very comfortable, it was also dissipating. As time passed, the fate energy that was temporarily useless would slowly dissipate. This would cause a great waste. I have to figure out how to accumulate and store providence. Otherwise, a large amount of providence will be wasted. When it is needed, it will not be enough. Gu Hai thought. After sitting in the study for a while, Shengguan Hen asked for an audience. Sir, we found the Shinji Battalion's disciples. But... Shangguanhen looked at Gu Hai with a wry smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. They seemed to have encountered a great battle. The ground was covered in blood. We also found the corpse of a Shinji Battalion's disciple. Shangguanhen said with a wry smile. As he spoke, two villains brought in a stretcher. On it lay the corpse of a Shinji Battalion's disciple in armor. Gu Hai examined it slightly. Killed with a single blow. Pierced through the heart. Shangguanhen nodded. Yes. He was sent flying and fell into a hidden bush. That's why his corpse was left behind. I guess some other Shinji Battalion's disciples also died, but their corpses are all gone. And there are no footprints of anyone leaving. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Godfather, Godfather. Guqin ran into the room from outside in a hurry. Gu Hai looked at him in confusion. Godfather, there is a person outside. He brought in 1,000 heads. He said that he killed 1,000 Shinji Battalion's disciples, led by Gao Lusheng. He said that he wanted to give them to you. Guqin frowned. After all, it was too strange. Was he here to deliver the heads? Gu Hai and Shangguanhen exchanged glances. First young master, who is it? Shangguanhen asked in shock. I'm not sure. It's a white-haired old man with sparse hair. He was rather polite to us. He brought 1,000 heads in 10 large boxes. I don't know how they were transported here. Guqin said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Gu Hai said with a frown. Shangguanhen and Guqin followed closely behind. Soon, Gu Hai arrived outside the Gu residence's ritual array. Master. Milord. The surrounding Gu residence members bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Everyone surrounded a corner of the plaza. 10 huge wooden chests were placed on the square. The chests were wide open, and each of them contained 100 bloody skulls. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a familiar face. One of the heads was the one that accompanied Li Haoran in the past. Is this Gao Lusheng? An old man in loose robes stood before the 10 boxes. He was balding, with white hair at his temples and a ruddy complexion. This old man is Yao Jingtian. Greetings, Mr. Good. The white-haired old man said with a faint smile. Oh. Greetings, Mr. Yao. May I ask what is the meaning of these 10 boxes of heads? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. These 1,000 people are the disciples of the Shinji Battalion. They lobbied experts from all over to assassinate Mr. Good. Unfortunately, they ran into this old man, so this old man dealt with them all to give Mr. Good a greeting gift. Yao Jingtian said with a faint smile. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Good, there is no need to be suspicious. While they wanted to deal with Mr. Good, they also had a grudge with this old man. I just used this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai was slightly surprised. This person was rather honest. He did not completely push this as a gift but as a convenience. Mr. Yao, this humble one has never met Mr. Yao before. May I ask if Mr. Yao is? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Mr. Good should know me. Yao Jingtian smiled. Oh. In the past, this humble one brought 3,000 subordinates to the great Feng Mafia family. Many people should have heard of me. However, I met the Shinji Battalion commander, Li Haoran, and fought with him. At that time, I had no choice but to retreat to the sea. Unfortunately, my 3,000 subordinates were killed by the Shinji Battalion. That is how my grudge with the Shinji Battalion came about. Yao Jingtian smiled. Huh? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. You are that sea beast Baxia? Back when Gu Hai was imprisoned in the great Feng Mafia family, sea beast Baxia brought 3,000 sea beasts ashore and triggered the weather to snatch the dragon vein? That is this old man. Yao Jingtian smiled faintly. The Shinji battalion's disciples ate 3,000 of my subordinates. Naturally, I ate 1,000 of the Shinji battalion's disciples as well, leaving only the heads for Mr. Good. I hope you can forgive me. I came here to ask for a favor. I hope I did not disturb Mr. Good, Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then, he nodded and said, Mr. Yao came from afar. This way, please. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Yao Jingtian nodded. Yao Jingtian followed Gu Hai into the ritual array enveloping the Gu residence, leaving his subordinates stunned. The sea beast Baxia. Did I hear wrong? It's him. An evil man exclaimed. Milord is getting increasingly incredible. Even the sea beast Baxia is here to ask for a favor. Yao Jingtian. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. So, it is Baxia. The evil men felt both shocked and proud. Milord's face was their face. To think that the mighty sea beast Baxia of the Thousand Island Sea was so polite to Milord? Gu Hai led Yao Jingtian to a large hall. Gu Qin, Shen Guanhen, and Chen Tianshan accompanied him. Mr. Yao, please. Gu Hai gestured for Yao Jingtian to sit. Many thanks. Yao Jingtian said politely. Gu Qin stepped forward and poured tea for the two. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Yao Jingtian shook his head and said, this old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanqi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I am not here for that. This time, I do have a favor to ask of Mr. Good. Chapter 148. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling suspicious. Yao Jingtian shook his head and said, this old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanqi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I am not here for that. This time, I do have something to ask of Mr. Good. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Speaking of which, Mr. Good, do you still remember when I turned into my true form and led 3,000 ocean fiends onto 9-5 Island? Yao Jingtian smiled. That's right. After that, I often wondered why Mr. Yao caused such a huge commotion when you could take human form. 3,000 ocean fiends opened a path for you, and you turned into your true form. Everywhere you stepped, thunderclouds spread for 500 kilometers. Exposing yourself like that is. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Too ostentatious. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai did not answer, but that was the gist in his eyes. It is not that this humble one wants to do this but that I have no choice. Yao Jingtian smiled bitterly. Oh. 8 odd years ago, when I was just born, my father was an animal spirit king in the Eastern Sea, ruling a sea region. Although he was not as strong as the Tongtian, he reigned supreme in the sea region for 500,000 kilometers around. My family lived very comfortably in the underwater palace. Unexpectedly, that year, a sky chess pavilion disciple barged in and got eaten by my father. Originally, I thought that no one knew about it. However, in the end, it attracted a huge calamity. Yao Jingtian smiled bitterly. A huge calamity. The great Feng Mafia family's Baxia tortoise shell. Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, that is my father's tortoise shell. If you do not want others to know about it, you should not have done it in the first place. My father could not escape. Then, old man Guanqi refined the tortoise shell into a spiritual item to seal the dragon vein. Not long ago, I turned into my true form. My true form resonated with the heavens, allowing me to sense my father's aura. That was how I tracked him to the great Feng Mafia family and obtained what my father left behind, Yao Jingtian explained solemnly. You came to find me because of this? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yao Jingtian nodded and smiled bitterly. The Khanate realm has a lifespan of 200 years. The Golden Core realm had a lifespan of 400 years. The Yuanying state had a lifespan of 800 years. However, the Yuanying state was a great dividing line. One could cultivate to a maximum of 1,000 years. This old man is 846 years old this year. Because I have passed the third period of the Yuanying state, I am over 800 years old. However, the 1,000-year limit is approaching. I have no choice but to find my father's giant shell. Oh. Is that giant shell useful to you? Yes, it can help me break through again. Before we die, we can condense our life's blood and sweat into our giant shell, leaving it for our descendants. Our descendants can rely on the accumulation of our fathers and ancestors to reach greater heights. Yao Jingtian didn't hide anything. Then, Gu Hai looked at Yao Jingtian in confusion. Yao Jingtian suddenly stood up, his body swaying slightly. Ka 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 ka. A small tortoiseshell slowly appeared on his back. A Go board was placed on the tortoiseshell. Mr. Good, you see it, right? The 29-line pair world Go game is a shackle. Although I obtained my father's giant shell and merged with it, this Go board is still on it. It is like a seal shackle that shackles me. I have been thinking of ways to undo it all this time, but I have been unable to undo it. Some of my subordinates have placed Go pieces for me, but the power of the Go board is too strong. More than a dozen of them have already died. I only learned that Mr. Good possesses such Go skills when the news from the dragon pinning sect spread. Mr. Yao, there is no need for this. Mr. Good immediately stopped Yao Jingtian. Mr. Good, just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help, Yao Jingtian said Mr. Good solemnly. There is no need, Mr. Yao. It is just a small matter. Show me the Go board. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yao Jingtian felt slightly surprised. However, he immediately turned his back to Gu Hai and showed the Go board to Gu Hai. The 29-line pair world Go game? Huh? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. What's wrong? Mr. Good? Yao Jingtian asked worriedly. It is also the 29-line pair world Go game, but it is different from the dragon pinning sects. Gu Hai asked with raised eyebrows. Ah. It's different. Yao Jingtian said worriedly. There is no need to worry, Mr. Yao. Although it is different, it seems to be easier than the dragon pinning sects. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yao Jingtian showed a complicated expression. Gu Hai looked at the Go board for about 1 incense stick's worth of time. Clack. Then, he picked up a black Go stone beside the Go board and placed it on the board. Clack. The white Go stones automatically moved. Clack. Smack. 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 The black and white Go stones moved back and forth. The more Gu Hai played, the more engrossed he became. The changes in the Go board also affected Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian suddenly felt pain in his back. However, he endured the pain and did not say a word. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Smack. Smack. Gu Hai played for about 1 hour. Boom. Suddenly, the Go board exploded and shattered, turning into a thick fog that spread out. However, the fog quickly returned to Yao Jingtian's body. Buzz. Yao Jingtian's body immediately gave off a blue light, and the surroundings trembled. However, Gu Hai immediately sat down and closed his eyes in deep thought. Gu Qin and the others waited patiently on the side, not saying a word. After a while, Yao Jingtian's body trembled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body like a gale. The gale blew the surrounding tables and chairs into disarray. Mr. Yao. Gu Qin grimaced. Yao Zhengtian suddenly came to his senses and waved his hand. The gale immediately stopped. Eldest young master, there's no need to worry. When the Go board was undone, a surge of energy rushed to my heart, helping me make a breakthrough. I couldn't stop it for a moment and caused some damage. I'm truly sorry. Yao Zhengtian immediately apologized with a smile. Alright, it's fine anyway. Mr. Yao, has the influence of the Go board been completely removed? Gu Qin frowned. It has been completely removed. Moreover, old man Guanqi seems to have predicted today. When the Go board was undone, he gave me a very nourishing energy. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Everything seems to be within old man Guanqi's calculations. Yao Zhengtian bitterly smiled. Oh. Gu Qin revealed some shock. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes in deep thought. Although he had solved the Go board, he was still thinking about the earlier Go board. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. It is actually a chain game. Gu Hai exclaimed with some shock. What chain game? Yao Zhengtian asked, feeling confused. The 29-line pair world Go puzzle should not be one game but 3. It should be a chain game that progresses step by step. Your Go board is the simplest and can only be considered an elementary piece. The dragon pinning sex is an intermediate piece. There should be an advanced piece. Gu Hai exclaimed. Elementary piece, intermediate piece, and advanced piece? How big is the difference? Yao Zhengtian exclaimed. The dragon pinning sex intermediate piece is 10 times more complicated than your elementary piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. 10 times? Then, wouldn't the advanced piece be? I don't know. It should be at least 10 times more difficult than the intermediate piece. Even I don't know if I can solve it. Gu Hai said bitterly. Yao Zhengtian smiled bitterly. Why did old man Guanqi leave behind such a difficult Go board? The dragon tail is the elementary piece, and the dragon body is the intermediate piece. In that case, the peony sex dragon head should be the advanced piece, right? Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. However, Yao Zhengtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. Solemnly, he bowed to Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, many thanks for this. Mr. Yao, there is no need to be so polite. It was just a small matter. Gu Hai smiled. To Mr. Good, it was a small matter. However, to this humble one, it was a life-saving grace. If Mr. Good has any errands in the future, just call on this humble one. I will send my subordinates here to await your orders. Yao Zhengtian said solemnly. Mr. Yao is too polite. Gu Hai smiled noncommittally. I see an indistinct golden light around Mr. Good. That should be providence, right? Furthermore, I heard that Mr. Good is currently collecting this mundane region. Is Mr. Good preparing to establish a nation? Yao Zhengtian asked, feeling curious. He does have such plans. Gu Hai did not hide it. After all, almost everyone outside could guess it. Establishing a nation is good. Establishing a nation can store providence. That way, the collected providence will not dissipate in vain. Yao Zhengtian smiled. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, if Mr. Good can collect 9 Islands dragon vein, that would be great. The dragon vein can suppress a nation's providence. Solemnly, Yao Zhengtian said. Mr. Yao, please take a seat. Can you tell me more about it? Gu Hai's interest was immediately piqued. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, then this humble one will speak out of turn. Does Mr. Good know about the divine continent? Yao Zhengtian sat down and smiled. I have heard of it many times. Gu Hai nodded. The divine continent is the main location of this world. Although my thousand-island sea looks huge, compared to the entire divine continent, it is a barren land. Solemnly, Yao Jingtian said. A barren land? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Take the dragon vein as an example. In my thousand-island sea, not a single one has appeared in the past 800 years. However, in the divine continent, which is blessed by nature, a new dragon vein appears every 10 years, Yao Jingtian said. Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. Oh. Perhaps the duration is even shorter. The dragon vein is needed by those who establish a nation. This is because the dragon vein can suppress the nation's providence. Hence, the emperor of every dynasty must have a dragon vein to nurture in their territory to suppress the nation's providence. Yao Jingtian explained. Nurture a dragon? Nurture a dragon vein? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Sects use spiritual treasures to suppress providence, while nations use imperial seals to suppress providence. The imperial seal is the head of the dragon vein. Didn't Long Wanqing have a dragon-luring jade? Yao Jingtian explained. That's right. I've seen that dragon-luring jade before. Gu Hai nodded. The dragon-luring jade is the material used to make the imperial seal. Mr. Good can use the dragon-luring jade to collect the dragon vein and refine it into the imperial seal. He can then send a strand of his consciousness into the dragon vein to refine it completely. After that, he can return the dragon vein to your nation and let it hide under the ground. Using providence and earth chi to nurture the dragon vein will become stronger and stronger. It can help you suppress more and more providence. When the providence is connected, it will become the providence of your nation. Yao Jingtian explained. Refine the dragon vein and nurture it in my territory. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This is just the beginning. A dynasty is just a lesser nation. As the nation's power grows, the dragon vein will continue to evolve. The nation will also become stronger and stronger. Slowly, it will become a lesser nation. Slowly, it will become an imperial dynasty China, and then a celestial dynasty. Currently, there are only 3 celestial dynasties in the world. Yao Jingtian explained. A dynasty is just the beginning. A lesser nation. Then what would our former mortal kingdoms be considered? These are the former Qin nation, Song nation, Kai nation, and so on. Gu Hai said in surprise. These can't be considered providence dynasties. They are just small nations. How can they be compared to a dynasty? Do they have their own dragon veins? No. Even if they collect providence, it will be no more than 100 yuan. However, the providence of a dynasty is at least 10,000 yuan. Only with 10,000 yuan providence can one be called providence. The dragon vein suppresses the providence, and the nation's providence will become more prosperous. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. A dynasty's providence? A dynasty would have at least 10,000 yuan providence. After a dynasty is established, not only can providence be used by the emperor, but it can also be given to the ministers. It can also help the ministers cultivate faster. When providence reaches the nation, all the ministers will benefit. The spirit chi of heaven and earth will gather, and the speed of cultivation will increase exponentially. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Qin and Qin Tianshan's eyes were filled with shock. Only Shen Guanhen's expression did not change. He sat at the side as if he had already known. A dynasty founder needs to nurture their own dragon vein. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 149. Yao Jingtian's description seemed to have opened a new door for Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned as he listened. By the way, Mr. Good, speaking of which, I also have a book on establishing a nation. I obtained it by accident when I went to the divine continent. Yao Jingtian said with a change of expression. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Yao Jingtian flipped his hand and took out a silk scroll. The words Heavenly Dynasty Outline were written on the scroll. This Heavenly Dynasty Outline should not be a secret. If Mr. Good goes to the Divine Continent, you should be able to obtain it as well. Yao Jingtian handed it over. Gu Hai received it and gently opened it. Countless words were densely written on the silk. However, at this moment, they sounded like heavenly scriptures. When Gu Hai looked at them, he suddenly felt intoxicated. Mr. Good, I'll give this Heavenly Dynasty outline to you. I hope it will be useful to you. Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he put away the Heavenly Dynasty outline. Then, he bowed slightly to Yao Jingtian. Many thanks, Mr. Yao. This Heavenly Dynasty outline saved me from taking countless detours. It's good that it's useful to you. This humble one just made a breakthrough and needs to find a place to stabilize it. I will take my leave first. Soon, I will send sea demons to guard this place. If anything happens, they can inform me at any time. Yao Jingtian said solemnly. All right, I'll send you off, Mr. Yao. Gu Hai said with a smile. The group slowly sent Yao Jingtian out of the Gu residence. Goodbye, Mr. Good. Yao Jingtian bowed slightly and stepped into the air, flying to the horizon in the blink of an eye. As Gu Hai watched Yao Jingtian leave, he felt extremely happy. Adoptive father, this Mr. Yao is really interesting. How should we deal with these 1,000 heads? Gu Qin asked with a smile. Mr. Yao. He came at the right time. Gu Hai sighed. As for these heads, bury them. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai returned to the soaring pagoda and carefully studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty. The Celestial Dynasty outline was not a cultivation method but an article on how to establish a Fate dynasty. Although there were many things that were not recorded in establishing a Fate dynasty, this general framework was enough for Gu Hai. As for what happened in the future, he would slowly figure it out. The Emperor, the 9 and 5 Supremes, all under the heavens is the Emperor's land, all the people on the shores of the earth are the Emperor's subjects. Gu Hai was deep in thought as he read the Celestial Empire. At this moment, Gu Hai's understanding of Li Gua became clearer. After establishing the country, helping the refugees was a good deed. Stabilizing the world and ensuring the happiness of the people is the accumulation of virtue. Defending against foreign enemies and annihilating enemy invaders is a good deed. Opening up new territories and seizing the destiny of other countries were accumulating good karma. As long as the country was established, there would be ways to continuously increase one's providence. People first, territory first. As one's providence increased day by day, it connected to one's luck, and the country's luck flourished. No wonder those sects want to keep the ordinary people in captivity. Unfortunately, the sects on 9-5 Island are too mediocre. They only create disasters when they need beneficence. Then, they help the ordinary people resolve their problems to obtain beneficence and providence. Sometimes, the immortals that people pray to are not the ones that resolve their disasters like they think they are, Gu Hai said after some thought. As Gu Hai studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty, he directed his subordinates to take over the 4 nations. Another month later, adoptive father, although my Gu residence has accumulated many talents, we still do not have enough to govern this vast territory. Gu Qin said with a bitter smile. Prepare to set up an imperial examination and recruit useful talents. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. By the way, adoptive father, the various shopkeepers sent word that if we continue to help the refugees, we might not have enough food. We can only last for 1 month at most. Gu Qin said worriedly. Food? Isn't the white cloud flying ship with you? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Yes. Bring a large amount of gold and head to the mundane regions of 9-5 Island to buy food there. Since we are going to do it well. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, yes. Gu Qin said solemnly. Leave this matter to me. Just leave this matter to Shengguan Hen. Also, send people to follow Shengguan Hen to the other 5 mundane regions to seek out the various sovereigns and negotiate for them to surrender, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin answered. How's the construction of the palace going? Gu Hai asked again. We already hired craftsmen and are working day and night. However, adoptive father, isn't this palace that you are going to build too big? Is it going to cover the entire Hulao Pass? Gu Qin asked with a somewhat complicated expression. Hulao Pass was a vast territory. That was 1/4 of the former Qin nation's territory. They were not building a super-imperial city but an imperial palace. Was this the so-called Gu residence? This is too big. Big? The Heavenly Dynasty's Essentials mentioned that the imperial city of China was as big as 9-5 Island. This is just a small piece of land. Is it big? Gu Hai smiled. Huh? Yes. Gu Qin nodded, feeling confused. The world is as big as one's heart. Our accumulations are indeed very shallow. However, we can slowly accumulate. I firmly believe that we will reach that height one day. Furthermore, we need to reach that height. Otherwise, we will never be able to take revenge for your adoptive mother. That enemy is also from a large faction. Gu Hai said through clenched teeth. Yes. Gu Qin nodded with a solemn expression. Go and get Shengguan Hen to come see me. I have some things to tell him, Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered and left. After calling for Shengguan Hen, Gu Hai quickly made arrangements. There was a drought here, and there was a shortage of food. Gu Hai needed to quickly find a large amount of food. This was not just to gain the gratitude of the disaster victims, but also to obtain beneficence and providence. More importantly, it was to stabilize the hearts of the people. Under such a natural disaster, Gu Hai did his best to save the world. This could be considered winning the hearts of the people. Although he destroyed many nations, the people's hearts were on his side. Naturally, they would not listen to those with ulterior motives and rebel against Gu Hai's regime. Another month later, in Gu Hai's study, Gu Qin, the old shopkeepers, and Gu Qin stood on either side of Gu Hai's desk. Congratulations, master. Gao Xianji's army broke into the Zhao nation's imperial capital. The Zhao nation is completely destroyed, an old shopkeeper said excitedly. Gao Xianji has a group of innate experts, and the Peony sect did not interfere in the Zhao nation's matters. It would be strange if they could not take down the Zhao nation by now, Gu Hai said indifferently. Oh, yes. The old shopkeeper nodded, suppressing his excitement. The Zhao nation is also suffering from a drought. Gu Qin, inform shopkeeper Zhao to immediately arrange for relief for the disaster victims and help them survive this disaster year. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin answered. The people have already suffered greatly from the war and natural disasters. Tell Gao Xianji to reorganize military discipline. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos to harass the people, punish them severely. Gu Hai said. Yes. Tell Shengguan Hen to quickly send food to the Zhao nation to prevent food shortages. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Tell Dao Ba to protect the newly appointed officials with all his might. Do not let anything happen during this time of chaos. I do not want the assassination incident in the Jin nation's border city to happen again. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Hai issued one order after another. Chen Tianshan called out from outside the study, My lord. Come in. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Wasn't Chen Tianshan currently recruiting cultivators? Why did he come here? Chen Tianshan immediately entered the study. When he saw Gu Hai, he said with a solemnly expression, My lord, the hall master is here. Hall master. Long Wanqing. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. Yes, and the hall master's mood seems to be. Chen Tianshan had a strange expression. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. All right, the meeting ends here. You may go back to your work. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. All the shopkeepers responded and quickly retreated from the study. Gu Qin also retreated. Only Gu Hai and Chen Tianshan remained. What happened to the hall master? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The hall master seems to be in a sorry state. I can't say for sure. My lord, go and take a look for yourself. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Where is Venerable Lun Yen? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Venerable Lun Yen is not here. Only the hall master is here. She seems to have suffered greatly, Chen Tianshan explained. Lead the way. Chen Tianshan quickly led Gu Hai out of the study and into a large hall in the distance. At this moment, Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood respectfully at the entrance of the large hall. Back when they were recuperating in the Gu residence, they had lent Gu Qin the white cloud flying ship. After recuperating for a few months, they had recovered significantly. When they saw Gu Hai arrive, they said respectfully, Division Master Gu, the hall master is inside. Gu Hai nodded and stepped into the large hall. Chen Tianshan and the 3 servants waited outside the hall. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, he immediately saw Long Wanqing. However, at this moment, Long Wanqing appeared in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked travel-worn. There was some soot on her face, and her clothes were somewhat tattered. However, she did not seem to care about her image at all. She held a teacup with an anxious expression on her face. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, Long Wanqing suddenly looked up. The instant Long Wanqing saw Gu Hai, her eyes reddened. Gu Hai, I finally found you. Long Wanqing cried as she threw herself at Xiao Chen. She grabbed Gu Hai's sleeve as if she feared that Gu Hai would run away. Hall master, what's wrong? Where is Venerable Lun Yen? Gu Hai asked in shock. Long Wanqing's crying expression looked exceptionally pitiful. She did not let go of Gu Hai's arm as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. Gu Hai, quickly save the Venerable. Please save them. Sob. 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 They are all going to die. They have all turned into stone. They have all turned into stone. Long Wanqing said as she cried. What? Turned into stone. Gu Hai revealed some doubt. They are not stone. They have turned into ghost stones. They have turned into ghost stones. I nearly turned into stone as well. In the end, the Venerable saved me and pushed me out. He told me to look for you, saying that only you can save him. Sob. Sob. Venerable Lun Yen raised me since I was young. He is like my father, always accompanying me and protecting me. Now, he is going to die and become a ghost stone. Please save the Venerable. Long Wanqing said incoherently as she cried. Turned into ghost stones. Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. Can a person turn into ghost stones? Chapter 150. After explaining the various matters of the Gu residence to the various managers, Gu Hai left with Long Wanqing. Gu Hai led Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, the evil men, and some of the Gu residence's managers to the flying ship, heading for the Peony sect. Long Wanqing had freshened up and changed her clothes. She looked much fresher and cleaner, but her eyes were still filled with anxiety. The 3 servants stood respectfully at the side. Hall master, we will stop at the Peony sect later. Shangguanhen and my men might need to use your flying ship to transport grain to other places, Gu Hai explained. It's fine. It's fine as long as you can go. You can use the flying ship however you want. Long Wanqing said straightforwardly. Gu Hai nodded. Right now, the 5 nations had submitted to the Gu residents. There were too many things to do, so no one could leave. Originally, Guqin wanted to stay behind to manage the situation. However, Guqin repeatedly asked, so Gu Hai agreed to let him follow. After all, although the Gu residence was just one residence, Gu Hai valued talents. The Gu residence's managers were very detailed, so there were many things that they did not have to worry about. Everything just had to go according to plan. Hall Master, can you describe the situation at the Peony sect in more detail? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. That day, we went to the Peony sect together and discovered that the sect was in a state of desolation. There were still a dozen or so scattered disciples left, and they were at a loss for what to do. We went to capture a few and questioned them. We found out that something strange had happened at Peony Peak. A giant peony flower had condensed. A group of Peony sect disciples, led by the sect master of the Peony sect, stepped into it one after another and never came out. Dragon roars came from the huge peony flower. We all thought that it was the dragon vein. After thinking for a while, Li Haoren sent people in to test it out. When they found no danger, they went in. Then, we saw Old Man Guanqi. Long Wanqing said bitterly. Old Man Guanqi. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. It should be a puppet he left behind. Old Man Guanqi laid out the life chess pieces and the death chess pieces. In these 2 chess pieces, if one did not enter life, then they would enter death. Life chess and Old Man Guanqi's puppet, death chess, I don't know either. Long Wanqing's eyes flashed with regret. Life and death chess. Gu Hai was puzzled. In the beginning, we entered the life chess area and played against Old Man Guanqi. But once we lost a piece, we were immediately crushed into pieces by the inexplicable chess formation. No one dared to go down. At that time, we wanted to retreat, but once we entered that giant peony, we couldn't. It was either the life chess or the death chess. Just as we retreated, we were pushed into the abyss of the death chess by a force. In the blink of an eye, everyone became Go. At that time, I was also about to become Go, but Master saved me in the end. He used all his strength to encircle me with the dragon fixing hoop and pushed me out of the abyss. I was the only one to escape. Long Wanqing said miserably. The dragon fixing hoop? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing immediately took out a golden hoop. This was the treasure of Song Pingsheng, which Venerable Lun Yen obtained before Song Pingsheng died. Venerable Lun Yen said that this dragon fixing hoop was a treasure that Old Man Guanqi refined. Hence, that might be the reason why I managed to escape. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You saw them turn into ghost stones? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, they all turned into ghost stones. Some turned into white ghost stones, and some turned into black ghost stones. I saw it. Do you think they are still alive? Long Wanqing said in a panic. Don't worry too much. Back then, didn't my 3,000 subordinates turn into stone statues as well? Aren't they fine now? Gu Hai consoled. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Since that is the case, why did you wait several months before coming to my residence? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. It had already been several months since the battle at the dragon pinning sect. Someone pursued me after that. However, I managed to escape in the end. Long Wanqing said bitterly. Someone pursued you? Gu Hai said in surprise. Someone actually dared to pursue Long Wanqing. Right, it was an old blind man. Right, there was also a one-eyed man. Long Wanqing recalled. Blind man? One-eyed? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Guqin immediately got someone to search quickly. Soon, he found 2 portraits and handed them to Gu Hai. Right. Right. It's them. Long Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes suddenly widening in shock. Li Wei. Wei Yang. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Li Wei. The former don of the great Feng Mafia family? Didn't he turn into the living dead? Long Wanqing recalled with a change in expression. Indeed. This Wei Yang is Li Wei and Montez's master. Wei Yang should have awakened Li Wei. They pursued you? Gu Hai frowned slightly. They seemed to want to ask me about the situation in the gigantic peony tree. Long Wanqing recalled. Wei Yang. Ha! They are really cautious. They know that the dragon vein is here but do not dare to enter. Gu Hai frowned. In that case, Wei Yang should have been waiting here long ago. However, one can only enter and not exit the gigantic peony tree. They were worried. When they saw that Hall Master could come out, they wanted to know the situation. Gu Qin said after thinking for a while. Maybe. Long Wanqing nodded. The flying ship flew very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the peony sect. Buzz. The flying ship stopped at the summit of a mountain peak. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, the 10 evil men, and Long Wanqing and her servant jumped off the flying ship. Whoosh! Shangguanhen steered the flying ship and quickly left. That gigantic peony tree bloomed? A few months ago, it was just a bud. Long Wanqing said in shock. However, she saw that a mountain peak in the distance seemed to have been cut in half. A gigantic peony tree with a diameter of 3,000 meters spread out above it. Clouds and mist lingered above the peony tree. The area around the flower's stamen was even thicker with white mist. Vaguely, one could see 2 gigantic go boards, one black go board and one white go board. A hazy, white-haired old man seemed to be sitting in front of the white go board. However, the black go board seemed to be a black hole that could not be seen clearly. There were 8 large golden words at the edge of the peony tree. Life go, death go. Leave it to fate. Life go. Death go. Gu Hai frowned slightly. On the white go board, across from the white-haired old man, there was a gigantic golden word for life. Even through the mist, it shone brightly. On the black go board, there was a gigantic golden word for death. Many cultivators had already occupied the peaks around the peony tree sect. However, when the cultivators looked at the gigantic peony tree in the distance, no one dared to approach. Immediately, countless cultivators showed conflicted expressions. Roar! A dragon roar came from under the peony tree. The sound of the dragon vein. Gu Qin's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at the gigantic peony tree in the distance. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly. That was because, with the appearance of these people, the gazes of countless cultivators in the surroundings turned toward them. That is the demon Gu Hai. Someone immediately recognized Gu Hai from far away. That is the elite hall master, Long Wanqing. The only person to escape from the peony tree. Someone exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai. Gu Hai is here. He can solve the 29-line pair world go puzzle. Gu Hai solved it in the dragon pinning sect. Can he solve it? The expressions of countless cultivators slowly changed. Gu Hai turned his head and looked around. However, he sensed hostile intent. Many cultivators seemed eager to make a move. Roar! Evil beast! You are seeking death. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the death go board in the peony tree. That is Montez's voice. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Montez entered the go puzzle as well. Long Wanqing said in shock. Montez, return my Yu Yao. Another voice came from the death go board. That is Li Wei. Gu Hai said with a frown. Li Wei and Wei Yang both entered. Gu Qin revealed some curiosity. Roar! Montez, you will not have a good ending. Wei Yang, when did I offend you? Roar! Another roar rang out. That is the flood dragon Fu Shui. Gu Hai frowned as he stared at the death go board in the distance. Hearing the roar, Gu Hai felt that the situation was turning increasingly complicated. Why is there no venerable voice? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Although we do not know what happened in there, it at least proves that entering the Death Go board does not mean death. Given Venerable Lun Yan's abilities, he should have no problem protecting himself, right? Gu Hai consoled. That's right. The Venerable will definitely be fine. Long Wanqing's anxiety eased somewhat. However, she still felt incredibly worried. Adoptive father, something is wrong. The surrounding cultivators are looking at us with increasingly hostile gazes. Some seem to be heading for us, Gu Qin said worriedly with raised eyebrows. Gu Hai looked around. Indeed, as the discussions increased, some cultivators drew their sabers and swords. As they walked towards him, they guarded their surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 50,000 cultivators gathered here. They know that I know how to play Go and want to hold me hostage to open a path for them. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Gu Hai, shall we go in? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. That's fine. Let's go, then. I want to see the advanced version of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Gu Hai said with determination flashing in his eyes. Thank you. Long Wanqing said sincerely. Hall Master, there is no need for that. Gu Hai smiled. However, what if we run into danger? Should Gu Qin stay outside in case something happens to us? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. There is no need. Hall Master, it is safest for me to follow adoptive father. Look at the gazes of the surrounding people. They will capture me to threaten adoptive father. Gu Qin said with a smile. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. The group of 16 people headed for the gigantic peony tree on the main peak. Along the way, they passed by many cultivators. The cultivators showed complicated expressions. They wanted to go forward but felt somewhat worried. Finally, when they were halfway there, 30 cultivators could not hold back and suddenly jumped out. These people blocked the path of Gu Hai's group. Mr. Good, are you going to enter this peony tree world? How about we accompany Mr. We can protect Mr. The group walked over. Although they spoke politely, they all held their weapons and showed cold expressions. Chapter 151. Long Wanqing glared at the 30 people blocking her way. Just as she was about to rage, Gu Hai suddenly stopped her. It was not that Long Wanqing could not deal with them but that this was not the right time to fight. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were watching. These 30 people would not be the only ones to jump out. More people would jump out as well. Everyone, we want to enter by ourselves. Can you make way for us? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Gu Hai's tone was very calm but also very cold. He took a step forward and stared coldly at the 30 people. The people on the other side frowned slightly. After all, they had heard of Gu Hai's ferocious reputation during this time. Mr. Good, we are 92 Islands 10,000 C-sect disciples. That cultivator said coldly. However, Gu Hai interrupted that cultivator halfway. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he said, I don't care who you are. I will say this one more time. We want to enter by ourselves. If anyone tries to stop us again, they will end up like all the disciples of 95 Islands 4 sects. As Gu Hai spoke, he stared at the other party's eyes with a cold light. Then, he took another step forward. All the disciples of 95 Islands 4 sects, more than 20,000 disciples, ended up the same. Did Gu Hai kill all of them? When that cultivator saw Gu Hai's murderous gaze and recalled the fate of the 4 sects, he felt a chill in his heart. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he stared at the cultivator at the very front. Then, he stepped forward. Only now did that cultivator feel that he had acted too abruptly earlier. This was not a soft egg that he could casually bully. This was a murderous demon. Xiao Chen had killed nearly all the disciples of 9-5 Island sections. How could he foolishly charge forward? Step by step, Gu Hai inched closer to that cultivator. As he stared into that cultivator's eyes, he looked like a wild beast choosing its prey. Being stared at by Gu Hai, he couldn't move his eyes away. Every step of Gu Hai's seemed to be stepping on his heart. Cold sweat appeared on that practitioner's forehead. His previous confidence seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He even forgot what he was here for. He watched as Gu Hai walked over step by step. It was as if Gu Hai's body was getting bigger and bigger. Who? When Gu Hai walked to his side, the cultivator's heart finally couldn't resist anymore. He stepped back and opened a path. After the first person stepped aside, the others followed suit. Gu Hai led Long Wanqing and the others as they passed through the center of the 30 practitioners. The 30 practitioners, however, were sweating profusely, but they did not mention stopping the group. It was as if they were lining up in two groups, respectfully welcoming and sending off Gu Hai and his group. After Gu Hai and his group left, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other blankly. Just now, they had been under a lot of pressure. Everything looked very calm, but it was also very strange. At least in the eyes of the surrounding practitioners, this scene was too strange. Gu Hai didn't do anything to them at all. This group of people seemed to be scared silly. Around them, some practitioners seemed to be waiting for these 30 people to take the lead so that they could swarm over. However, these 30 people suddenly became soft. What should the restless practitioners do? For a moment, Gu Hai's aura alone seemed to have suppressed the entire crowd. He walked step by step towards the giant peony flower. No one dared to go forward and stop him. Long Wanqing looked at this scene blankly. Her heart was filled with confusion. Gu Hai, they were so aggressive just now. Why are they suddenly afraid? They were aggressive because many people around them were restless. They felt that they were part of the crowd. They were only the first. They had more people, so they were confident, so they weren't afraid of us. I stared into their eyes, the coldness piercing straight into their hearts. I gave them a feeling of, I am only targeting you, in their hearts. It made them feel isolated. Loneliness is one of the emotions that people are most afraid of. They were suddenly afraid, so they naturally moved aside. Gu Hai explained in a low voice. Loneliness? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. The several tens of thousands of practitioners here are not a single entity. They are all on guard against each other. I only magnified this emotion. That's why that group of people just now felt lonely. Gu Hai explained. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Was this using the weakness of human nature for his own use? The group continued to walk towards the peony flower. After a period of peace, another group of 50 people finally charged up and intercepted Gu Hai. However, just like before, Gu Hai's group once again smoothly passed through the group of 50 people. Many practitioners who saw this revealed a confused expression. What's going on? This again? They already charged up. Why are they suddenly retreating? Are they fools? Why are they dodging again? The surrounding cultivators revealed confused expressions. The first time, these people still wanted to target Gu Hai. However, the second time, they found it strange. When Gu Hai calmly passed through 100 cultivators who seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization art for the third time, the tens of thousands of practitioners suddenly turned silent. No one dared to charge forward anymore. No more cultivators charged forward. They only looked at the backs of Gu Hai's group, showing confused and conflicted expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai's group arrived before the peony flower. The peony flower's surface seemed to have boundless clouds, making the insides hazy. Everyone paused for a moment. Gu Hai took a deep breath and stepped onto a peony flower petal. After Gu Hai took the first step, Long Wanqing, Gu Qin, and the others followed suit. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer in the mood to think. They could only watch patiently. 9-5 Island, at the former Clear River sect. After the Clear River sect was destroyed, Gu Hai stationed people here. After a few months, the Clear River sect regained some popularity. Large numbers of ordinary soldiers were stationed here, and they started to excavate spirit stone mines. At the peak where Long Wanqing once resided, the Gu residence's shopkeeper kept accounting. Large numbers of spirit stones were mined every day. The peak bustled with activity. Buzz! Suddenly, the space above the peak rippled. Huh! The surrounding people's expressions changed. Suddenly, a figure wearing black and white robes stepped out of the rippling space. Half of the robes was black, and the other half was white. The figure slowly walked out and landed in a small plaza on the peak. An old shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his brush and walked over. The old shopkeeper bowed slightly to the person who suddenly appeared and said, "I am the Gu residence's shopkeeper." "Greetings, senior unborn man." "Huh?" the unborn man said after stepping out of the void. One person spoke, but there were two voices, one young and tender, one old. "Senior unborn man, my master, Gu Hai, told me to wait here and inform you that Venerable Lun Yen has returned. Hall Master Long Wanqing is fine now. They went to the peony sect together. My master is in the Gu residence. He wishes to congratulate Senior at any time." The old shopkeeper said. "Oh." The unborn man said indifferently. "Oh, right. This is news from 8 days ago. My master sends new news every 10 days. It has been like this since 8 days ago," the old shopkeeper said respectfully. The unborn man stared at the old shopkeeper for a while before finally nodding. "Where is the peony sect?" the unborn man asked indifferently. "Oh, right. My master gave me a map of 9-5 Island." "Senior, please wait for a moment," the old shopkeeper said respectfully. Soon, the old shopkeeper found a map and was about to step forward to hand it to the unborn man. "Don't come over," the unborn man waved his hand. Whoosh! It was like a strong wind blew, knocking the old shopkeeper to the ground. The map fell to the ground as well. "Senior, this humble one did not mean to offend you," the old shopkeeper said in confusion as he fell to the ground. "You did not offend me. However, there is a spirit by my side. Your aura is harmful to her," the unborn man said indifferently. "Ah." The old shopkeeper appeared confused. "There is only the unborn man before me, and there is a spirit." The unborn man extended his hand, and the map on the ground landed in his hand. The unborn man extended his hand and tossed a small porcelain bottle to the old shopkeeper. "This medicinal pill is for you," the unborn man said indifferently. Clack! The old shopkeeper caught the medicinal pill. However, he saw the unborn man take a look at the map. Then, he stomped his foot. Buzz! The unborn man suddenly disappeared as if he had never been here. The old shopkeeper looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and then at where the unborn man disappeared. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks to Senior for bestowing me with this immortal pill." At the peony sect, tens of thousands of cultivators watched from the periphery as Gu Hai entered the peony flower realm. Another group of people entered. The people in front either died at the life stones or died at the death stones. I wonder what happened to them. Gu Hai's go skills are extraordinary. Perhaps it will be different. However, did you see that? That is Old Man Guanqi's puppet, Old Man Guanqi. No matter how strong Gu Hai's go skills are, can he be stronger than Old Man Guanqi? Dragon Vein? Only in the Thousand Islands Sea would there not be many experts fighting over it. After all, the Thousand Islands Sea is too barren in the eyes of the people of the Divine Continent. How could they expect a dragon vein here? Although there are many dragon veins in the divine continent, the experts there are also horrifying. Fighting over the dragon vein. Their cultivation is at least in the Yuanying state. How can it be like here? Any innate realm cultivator can fight over it. Gu Hai is an innate realm cultivator. Can he obtain the dragon vein? I think he is just seeking death. The tens of thousands of cultivators immediately discussed this matter. Some admired Gu Hai, some envied him, and some watched from the sidelines. However, most of them wanted this dragon vein and were waiting for an opportunity outside. What if this happened? Countless cultivators waited patiently. Gu Hai's group walked to the stamen of the peony flower realm. Once you enter, you can't get out. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Gu Hai. It's fine. Didn't you get out before? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing bit her lip and took out a golden bangle the size of a bracelet. She handed it to Gu Hai and said, Gu Hai, I implicated you. This is the dragon-fixing bangle. It can help you escape. Here, take the dragon-fixing bangle. If you can't solve the Go puzzle, you can escape by yourself. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing in surprise. If you give me the dragon-fixing bangle, what will happen to you? I asked for it. If I can't get out, then so be it. I implicated you all, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then, he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I have never lost in Go before. You have to take it. Long Wanqing insisted on handing it to Gu Hai. Xiao Chen stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Although Long Wanqing might be muddle-headed at times, she was still a person with emotions. Alright, I'll take it first. However, don't worry. Since I dared to come in, I can definitely bring you all out. Confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Alright. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the large Go board. It was a white life Go board. A white-haired, white-clad old man sat across from the Go board. Gu Hai recognized him with one glance. Back in the innate puzzle world, Old Man Guanqi's programmed puppet entered Gu Hai's forehead. The old man looked exactly like the one before him. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come, play. The white-haired, old man across from him said with a faint smile. Huh. He knows adoptive father. Guqin exclaimed in shock as he frowned. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a strange expression, No, he says that to everyone. The Venerable said that this programmed puppet might have been waiting for someone to arrive. I don't know who it is. However, he says that to everyone. Chapter 152. The Life Go board was made of white jade. Its latitude and longitude were outlined by golden threads, 29 vertical and horizontal lines. Black and white Go stones were already placed on it. Gu Hai immediately guessed that this was the advanced version of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. With just one look, Gu Hai sensed the complexity of this Go board, more than 10 times that of the dragon pinning sets. Hey! Why are there 3 types of Go stones at the death board? Guqin suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Gu Hai turned his head to look. However, the death board looked extremely strange. It looked like a square abyss with many Go stones floating above it. Each Go stone was connected to a golden thread that led to the abyss. Nearly 100,000 Go stones floated at the entrance of the square abyss. 1/3 were white Go stones, 1/3 were black Go stones, and 1/3 were transparent Go stones that looked like glass Go stones floating above the square abyss. Clack! 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 Suddenly, some Go stones shattered. It's those Go stones. They all became Go stones. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Became Go stones? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Adoptive father, is this a Go board? Why are there no latitude and longitude lines? Furthermore, there are 100,000 Go stones? Guqin asked, feeling confused. The interior of this square Go board might be the 29-line pair world. Old man Guanxi modified it to use people as Go stones. Everyone is a Go stone. There should be 100,000 people in there, struggling in the Go board's world. Gu Hai said with a frown. Just at this moment, Montez's furious roar came from the black Go board. Beast! My great Feng Mafia family has internal conflicts. However, it is not a place for a beast like you to act so impudently. Fu Shui, this inheritance is not for you to meddle with. Humph! Wei Yang snorted coldly. Boom! Roar! Montez, Wei Yang, aren't you two master and disciple at odds with each other? You bastards! Why are you targeting me? The flood dragon Fu Shui roared from the black Go stone abyss. Still alive? Are they still alive in the abyss? Long Wanqing clenched her fists and asked nervously. Gu Hai frowned. After all, he couldn't guess what was going on at first glance. Division Leader Gu, Grandmaster Lun Yan is inside. I am also very worried. I will enter the game of death and show it to Mr. Good. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good. A Long Wanqing servant said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai showed a hint of surprise. The servant seemed to turn away from the peony flower. Who? Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared, and the servant was sucked into the square abyss without any resistance. When it flew over, its body suddenly distorted and turned into a black chess piece. The chess piece floated above the square abyss. Then, a thin golden line came out of the black chess piece and rushed into the abyss. Did he really become a chess piece? Guqin was surprised. No. Gu Hai shook his head. Huh. He did not become a chess piece. Instead, he entered the Go puzzle world. That chess piece should be a Go stone clone that this world created for him. It floated at the entrance to the deep abyss. Whatever the main body encountered in the Go puzzle world, the entrance to the Go puzzle world would show its location and status. For example, the 3 Go stones over there shattered. That means that the main body died in the Go puzzle world, Gu Hai said seriously. Could it be that he did not become a chess piece? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Gu Hai nodded and said, back then, when the Go puzzle world created a Go stone clone for you and Grandmaster Lun Yan used the dragon fixing hoop to push you out. You saw Grandmaster Lun Yan become a chess piece, so. Then, what is going on? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Old man Guanxi should have made preparations for his inheritance. Oh. Old man Guanxi's inheritance? Isn't it the dragon vein? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Huh. Wei Yang mentioned the word inheritance earlier. Guqin felt slightly stunned as well. Gu Hai nodded and said, it is the inheritance that old man Guanxi left behind. The dragon vein is only a part of old man Guanxi's inheritance. As for the details, I do not know. Old man Guanxi wanted someone to inherit his inheritance. What old man Guanxi wanted the most was someone with extraordinary Go skills like him. If one could solve the life chess piece, one could inherit his inheritance. The life chess piece. Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows and shook her head. No one has ever solved the life chess piece. Anyone who lost died to the Go puzzle's strangulation force. Previously, a large number of Shinji battalion disciples died to the strangulation force of the life chess piece. It is so complicated that even Grandmaster Lun Yan does not dare to play it. That is because one does not have enough Go skills. One cannot directly obtain old man Guanxi's inheritance. Perhaps old man Guanxi also thought of this and might not be able to solve it. Hence, he set up a death chess piece. Perhaps the death chess piece does not require too much Go skills, Gu Hai analyzed. The death chess piece. Added later. Guqin said with a frown. Perhaps. Anyone who enters Peony Flower will give up on the life chess piece and be pushed into the world of the death chess piece. Inside, they will fight for the inheritance based on their own ability. I do not know what happens inside, but it is not good news. However, it might not be a good thing. Gu Hai said with a frown. What do you mean? In the life chess piece, one will definitely die if one loses. What do you think will happen if one cannot win the death chess piece? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Then, only death. Guqin said, slightly stunned. However, there is only one inheritance. In that case, only one person can win. The rest are all losers. Worry flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Aside from the only winner, the rest will die in the internal struggle. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded and said, that is my guess. Doesn't that mean that as long as one enters this gigantic peony flower, only one person can obtain the inheritance while the rest will die? All the 100,000 cultivators inside will die. Long Wanqing showed a worried expression. Is this why the 50,000 cultivators in the periphery do not dare to enter? They might have been waiting here for a long time already. They only enter but not leave. At first, it did not matter. However, as time passed, they became afraid, so they did not dare to enter. Guqin said with a sullen expression. Everyone's expression changed. In front of them was a white fog. The pure white peony was no longer beautiful in their hearts. Instead, it looked even more sinister than the Azura hell. Is this a man-eating peony flower? Gu Hai nodded. Adoptive father, can you solve the life puzzle? Guqin asked from the Go board. Let's give it a try. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly sit down on one end of the Go board, facing Old Man Guanqi's puppet across from him. The Go board has been restarted. Please make your move, the white-haired old man across from him said with a faint smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he lowered his head and carefully looked at the Go board. Gu Hai did not make his move. Instead, he continued to deduce in his heart. The Great Feng Mafia Family's Elementary Chapter, the Dragon Pinning Sex Intermediate Chapter, and the Peony Sex Advanced Chapter. Although the three chapters are different, there is a progressive process. If I had not read the elementary and intermediate chapters, I would not be able to enter this Go board easily. How complicated. Gu Hai frowned heavily. This was the first time Gu Hai found a Go board complicated. Gu Hai slowly sank his consciousness into it and looked at the Go board. Long Wanqing, Guqin, and the others waited patiently. Although they felt very anxious, they did not dare to disturb Gu Hai. Gu Hai sat there for an entire day. Outside, the 50,000 cultivators paid close attention to the Peony sect. They also looked forward to Gu Hai's arrival. Although the fog shrouded the place, they could still make out the general picture. Gu Hai has been sitting there for an entire day. Why has he not made his move yet? Indeed. Could it be that he does not dare to make his move and is purposely stalling for time? That's not right. 10 days ago, someone imitated Gu Hai and purposely stalled for time. In the end, that Go board killed that person in less than 4 hours. Why can Gu Hai stall for time? This is not fair. Countless cultivators showed unconvinced expressions. Even so, no one dared to step forward. Countless people had already died in the Life Go board. As for the Death Go board, 100,000 cultivators had entered, but not a single one had come out alive. That Peony sect was a land of death. It was over once one stepped into it. Although everyone wanted to obtain the dragon vein, one needed to be alive to obtain it. Wasn't it too dangerous for Old Man Guanqi to give something to Gu Hai? This Go board was indeed complicated. However, due to its complexity, there were also many comprehensions. Here, Gu Hai suddenly gained many new comprehensions. It was like he instantly comprehended many things in his mind. The black ghost stone continued to hover in the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows like it was ruling the world. The white crystal shard was beside it, and the 100,000 Go puzzles below had already merged after a long round of 4x4. However, as Gu Hai suddenly comprehended many things, he suddenly comprehended many things. All of a sudden, the chessboard below began to merge together at an extremely strange speed. Boom! 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 The Go boards quickly merged. Soon, the 80,000 Go puzzles turned into 20,000 4x4 Go puzzles. The remaining 20,000 seemed extremely complicated in the first place and could not be merged immediately. It seems like they can be condensed, Gu Hai said after some thought. Then, one of the 4x4 Go puzzles suddenly shrank, removing some useless Go pieces and some vertical and horizontal lines. Slowly, it turned back into a 19x19 Go board. However, at this moment, this Go board was different from the previous 4. However, it seemed to contain the shadows of the previous 4 Go boards. It was like all the essence of the previous 4 Go boards had been condensed into this one. OM. 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 Condense, 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 the 20,000 large Go boards quickly condensed. After another day, they turned back into small Go boards. These were all 19x19 Go boards. Including the Go puzzles that could not be merged, there were 40,000 small Go puzzles. Each and every one of them was extremely complicated. The more thoughts and laws a Go board contains, the more one can form a ritual array. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. While looking at the 29-line pair world Go puzzle, Xiaoqin looked at the 40,000 Go puzzles in his forehead space. Gu Hai had a feeling that the Go puzzles were all connected. If he could condense these 40,000 Go puzzles, perhaps he could use them to lay a ritual array. Perhaps this was how Old Man Guanxi's 28-line pair world Go puzzles and 29-line pair world Go puzzles came about. Merging, condensing, removing the impurities, extracting the essence, and making the laws denser, making the perfect even more perfect? Was this the Go Great Tao? Boom! Of the 40,000 complicated Go puzzles in Xiaoqian's forehead space, 4 of them merged, forming a 4x4 Go board again. My guess was right. Merging and condensing Go puzzles is the foundation for constructing a ritual array, the beginning of creating a world. Gu Hai's eyes grew increasingly bright. Merging all 40,000 complicated Go puzzles was not something that could be done immediately. Xiaoqin could only slowly deduce them. Gu Hai slowly immersed his consciousness into the 29-line pair world Go puzzles. Gu Hai sank in and out. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness enter the Go puzzle. Xiaoqin felt like he was standing on a vast land, the world white. He was all alone. Suddenly, a woman appeared not far away. Xian Er. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. He knew that this was an illusion. However, he saw a golden thread coming out of his body, connecting him to Qin Xian Er. The golden thread seemed to have the word love circling it. Then, 4 children suddenly appeared not far away. Guqin, Guhan, Gutang, and Gumming. Gu Hai looked at the 4 children in confusion. The golden thread connected him to the 4 children again. The golden thread seemed to have the word kinship circling it. Suddenly, an azure-colored fog appeared not far away. A group of people stood in the fog, their faces obscured. The leader was a azure-robed man. He gave off a soul-stirring aura. Just looking at him would make one's heart jump. The golden thread connected Gu Hai to this group of people. The golden thread circled the word hatred. More people appeared out of nowhere on the vast land. Every person had a golden thread connected to Gu Hai. Every thin thread recorded the relationship between Gu Hai and this person. Gu Hai stood on this vast land. He seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had understood something. After a long time, Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. He let out a long breath and said, I understand now. The world is a chessboard, and all living things are chess pieces. The gratitude and grudges between people are like invisible lines of longitude and latitude. The lines of longitude and latitude on the chessboard are connected to the chess pieces, causing the chess pieces to struggle in the chessboard and unable to escape. All living things are chess pieces. The world is heartless and uses all living things as chess pieces. Wang. Gu Hai seemed to have understood something in an instant. His body emitted a golden halo. He slowly withdrew his consciousness from the chessboard. He raised his head and looked at the old man Guanqi's puppet opposite him. Why hasn't foster father made his move? Gu Qin said worriedly. Yeah, it's been 3 days. Is Gu Hai still thinking? Long Wanqing was also very worried. Countless cultivators in the outside world were also looking at Gu Hai blankly at this moment. He had been sitting there for 3 days. Was he playing chess? Congratulations. You are the only person to solve this chessboard so far. The old man Guanqi's puppet suddenly said. The old man Guanqi's puppet's voice was not loud. However, it strangely reached everyone's ears. Wow! The 50,000 cultivators watching immediately burst into an uproar. How can this be? Gu Hai did not make a single move. How did he solve it? This is cheating. This is not fair. Can he solve the chessboard by sitting there for 3 days? I can do it too. Long Wanqing and Gu Qin looked at the old man Guanqi's puppet in confusion. He solved it just like that. He did not move at all. You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance. The old man Guanqi said again. Chapter 153. You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance, the old man Guanqi said again. Gu Hai, you solved the Go puzzle. If you accept the inheritance, will the life and death pieces end? Will the venerable and the others be saved? Long Wanqing suddenly said in pleasant surprise. That's right. Adoptive father, no matter what it is, just take it first, Guanqi said joyfully. Only Gu Hai frowned slightly as he sat before the Go puzzle. He still remembered the helplessness of the 9th young master back then. He felt so helpless that after becoming the 9th young master, he went around searching for a substitute. Others might not know what the inheritance was, but Gu Hai knew a little. 8th young master. Accept the inheritance and become the 8th young master. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Gu Hai, quickly accept the inheritance. At that time, the dragon vein will be yours as well. I'll give you my dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Dragon vein? This was one of the reasons why Gu Hai did not hesitate to come this time. Originally, Shaoqin did not care much about dragon veins. However, after reading the Heavenly Dynasty outline that Yao Jingtian gave him, he discovered that dragon veins were incredibly important. Now, there was a chance to obtain a dragon vein before him. How could he give it up? If he gave it up this time, would there be another chance in the future? Gu Hai remained silent for a long time. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was conflicted about. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai seemed to make up his mind. He slowly took out a ghost stone and placed it on the sky. Buzz! As Gu Hai placed his ghost stone, the peony flower suddenly gave off a large amount of golden light. Then, the peony flower slowly turned transparent. Aside from the life and death pieces, everything else turned transparent. It was like stepping on a huge, transparent flower. The golden light came from a huge dragon head under the peony flower. Roar! The peony flower suppressed a huge golden dragon head. Just its head alone seemed to be 300,000 zhang long. Its face was ferocious as it roared. However, with the peony flower suppressing it, its head could not move at all. At this moment, it was incomparably anxious and furious. Between the peony flower and the dragon head, there seemed to be an 8-colored peony flower the size of a fist. The 8-colored peony slowly rotated, looking dreamy and illusory. The 8-colored light gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Vaguely, there seemed to be small, densely packed words within the light. Is that the dragon vein of the earth? What is that fist-sized peony? There seems to be a lot of words floating inside. The inheritance that Montez and the others mentioned before, could it be the inheritance of Old Man Guanchi? Is the 8-colored peony flower the inheritance of Old Man Guanchi? Boom! The 50,000 Xiozha outside were immediately excited. If the Great Earth Dragon vein allowed everyone to be rational, then the inheritance of Old Man Guanchi would not be rational. Wasn't that the most powerful inheritance in the world? Who? Suddenly, hundreds of people swarmed toward the giant transparent peony flower. Mine! Bastard, don't fight with me. Mine, mine. Hundreds of people rushed up the giant peony flower. Shio! Whoosh! Whoosh! The peony flower produced a powerful suction force that suddenly sucked the hundreds of people into the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, they turned into chess pieces and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Nearly 1,000 people jumped from the front to the back, and all of them were sucked into the death chess piece. Finally, the people outside calmed down a lot and looked at the scene in front of them blankly. Why is this happening? It's not fair. Why is it that Gu Hai and the others can go to the life chess piece, but we will be sucked into the death chess piece if we go up? Could it be that because Gu Hai solved the life chess, no one is allowed to enter the life chess area? Countless cultivators stared blankly at the giant transparent peony flower, at the dragon vein and Old Man Guanchi's inheritance suppressing it. Everyone felt their blood rush to their heads. However, the feeling of being able to see but not obtain was extremely depressing. Long Wanqing stared at her feet with wide eyes. The ground below her had already turned transparent. The dragon vein had appeared. However, there was something even more ridiculous than the dragon vein. Old Man Guanchi's inheritance. This. Long Wanqing said in shock. However, Gu Hai only took one look and frowned. I have doubts. Why are there 3 kinds of chess pieces in the death chess piece? Black chess pieces, white chess pieces, and a type of transparent chess pieces. I wonder if Old Man Guanchi left an answer. Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing, Gu Qin, and the others showed confused expressions at Gu Hai's question. Why was he asking about the death chess piece at this time? The white-haired old man suddenly smiled faintly and said, the main body left an answer. It seems that the main body guessed the question of the solver. The main body's answer is, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, and 3 is the source of all things. The 3 kinds of chess pieces represent 3 forms. 3 forms? Gu Hai frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's expression changed. 3 is the source of all things. 3 is all-encompassing. I once heard that the Buddhists had such an explanation. There are 3 generations of Buddhas. The past, the present, and the future. Is this the same for this chess piece? If the black chess piece is placed first, then the black chess piece represents the past, the chess piece that has been placed in the past. The white chess piece that has not been placed represents the future. The chess piece that will be placed in the future, then what represents the present? When the black chess piece is placed and the white chess piece has not been placed, that is the present. At the present, the chess piece has not been placed, but it is inferred in one's mind where to place it. The chess pieces inferred in one's mind are illusory chess pieces, not real chess pieces. Therefore, on the death chess piece, the transparent chess pieces are not real chess pieces, but illusory chess pieces inferred in one's mind? The white-haired old man looked at Gu Hai and smiled. I don't know. The main body did not give me an answer. That's all I know. 3 is all-encompassing. You have to figure it out yourself. Please continue placing your chess piece and accept the main body's inheritance. Gu Hai looked at the white-haired old man with a complicated expression. Looking at the chessboard, the white-haired old man had already placed a white chess piece. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai placed another chess piece. Clap. Rumble. The gigantic transparent peony flower suddenly trembled, and then cracks appeared on it. Below it, the 8-colored fist peony flower trembled as if it wanted to surge at Gu Hai. It seemed like as long as Gu Hai placed another chess piece, the 8-colored peony flower would break through the gigantic transparent peony flower and charge at Gu Hai. Please place your chess piece, the white-haired old man continued after placing down a white chess piece. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly and asked, "What is this inheritance? What use is it to me?" The main body left behind his last words. Actually, when you were solving the puzzle earlier, you already obtained the greatest inheritance. The white-haired old man said. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly confused. Didn't you comprehend the 29-line pair world Go puzzle? You comprehended the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. The world is heartless and uses all living beings as chess pieces. In the main body's inheritance, the heavenly Tao inheritance is the foundation. Everything else is inconsequential. That 8-colored peony flower contains only the inheritance of a magical technique. No matter how strong a magical technique is, it can never compare to the heavenly Tao. You already obtained the heavenly Tao. The magical technique of the 8-colored peony flower is just the icing on the cake. The inheritance of the dragon vein below is ranked last, just the icing on the cake. The peony flower is the king of flowers, the inheritance of a king. It is the Tao that the main body deduced to establish a dynasty. It will help you establish a country and walk a different path from the main bodies. The white-haired old man sternly said. The Tao of establishing a dynasty. Old man Guanxi deduced it. Why didn't old man Guanxi establish a dynasty himself? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Because establishing a dynasty is not the main body's forte. It cannot be first. However, the Go Tao can be first in the world. Thus, old man Guanxi gave up on establishing a dynasty and used the Go Tao to compete with the heavens. The white-haired old man explained. Isn't establishing a dynasty old man Guanxi's forte? Then this inheritance of his might not be the best? Gu Hai sternly asked. However, it is still better than most of the dynasties and emperors' legacies. The white-haired old man explained. If no one can solve this puzzle, then the greatest inheritance, the heavenly path inheritance, will be lost. Others will at most obtain the sorcery technique inheritance and the dragon bloodline inheritance. Gu Hai asked. The heavenly path inheritance can only be obtained by those with great comprehension of the Go Tao. Otherwise, it cannot be inherited. The white-haired old man nodded. What do I have to pay to obtain the inheritance? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Relax your entire body and don't resist. Let the 8-colored peony read your memories and leave a mark of the main body in your body. From then on, you will be the disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion will listen to your orders. Your orders are the orders of the main body, the white-haired old man explained. Read my memories and leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of my soul. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, because this is the only way to receive the sorcery technique inheritance, the white-haired old man explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he held a Go stone in his hand. Originally, he was about to place it on the Go board. However, he slowly pulled it back. Leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of his soul. From then on, he would work hard to get rid of his identity as the 8th young master, just like the 9th young master. Gu Hai didn't want to do that. Moreover, he didn't want his memories to be read by others, even if they were already dead. Gu Hai, make your move. Old man Guanxi is already dead. Many people in the divine continent would go crazy for this sorcery technique inheritance. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head slowly. The benefits are great, but the risks are even greater. You don't understand how terrifying old man Guanqi's mark is. Huh? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Gu Qin's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, Godfather, why don't you let me accept the sorcery technique inheritance? Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at Gu Qin. Godfather, the memory of mother's death is still fresh in my mind. I'm useless and can't do anything. I want to avenge mother. You're working hard, and I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to share your burden. There's an opportunity right in front of me, and I can't just give it up. I'm willing to accept this risk. Gu Qin said firmly. The risk is too great. You can't take it. Gu Hai shook his head. When Godfather and Mother picked me up from the snow, I was almost frozen to death. I was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, there's such a huge sorcery technique inheritance. So what if the risk is great? At most, I'll die. I don't care. Gu Qin said firmly. No. Gu Hai shook his head. He didn't want Gu Qin to take the risk. Chapter 154. Gu Hai, why? Old man Guanqi is already dead. What are you worried about? The heavens sent down heavenly punishment, and old man Guanqi died in body and soul. Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't know, either. However, I have a feeling that old man Guanqi did not leave behind the innate puzzle world, the Sky Chess Pavilion's Flame Seed, and 9-5 Islands Go puzzle on a whim. I feel a kind of danger that makes my hair stand on end. Feeling? Just a feeling. How could a feeling be inaccurate? Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head, not explaining further. However, adoptive father, if we do not collect this technique inheritance, Venerable Lun Yan will not be able to leave the death puzzle, right? Gu Qin said worriedly. Indeed. What about the Venerable and the others? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at the nearby death puzzle and shook his head. However, who can guarantee that they will be able to leave the death puzzle if I place another ghost stone? Huh? Everyone felt slightly stunned. Since it's the death chess, then there's only death. In the end, there's only one winner who can live and obtain the inheritance. If we place another piece, then there will be no winner in the death chess game, only the loser. Perhaps the death chess game will disappear, but what about the people inside? They might escape. What's the other possibility? Gu Hai said seriously. Perhaps they will all die. Gu Qin felt slightly stunned. Long Wanqing's anxious expression suddenly froze. What should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a change in the chessboard of death. On the south side of the chessboard of death, a golden chess piece suddenly appeared. Countless threads came out of the golden ghost stone, connecting to the 30,000-odd black ghost stones floating above the death puzzle. That is a golden ghost stone. Adoptive father, I heard that you all obtained a golden ghost stone in the innate puzzle world. A golden ghost stone can condense one's own cloud beast. Is this one as well? Gu Qin asked in surprise. Who? Suddenly, an illusory palm appeared where the golden ghost stone was and grabbed the golden ghost stone. The moment the illusory palm grabbed the golden chess piece, its surroundings became more condensed. It was Montez. Montez held the golden chess piece in one hand and Feng Ling in the other. He looked extremely excited. I got it. Ha 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 ha, Fu Shui, after so much fighting, I got it first. Montez's shadow suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. The power of the formation, follow my command. Rise! Montez shouted as he held the golden ghost stone. Boom! The golden chess piece was a source. Countless golden threads connected all the black chess pieces. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 30,000 black chess pieces jumped up and surged toward the transparent chess piece. Walla-la-la-la. After a series of collisions, the transparent ghost stone got knocked to the side. That is an illusory image. Why is Montez's image in the Go puzzle world outside the Go puzzle? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. That is because Montez already jumped out of the Go puzzle. He is no longer a Go stone. Gu Hai said with raised eyebrows. Not a Go stone. Then, what is it? He is a Go player. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. A Go player? Could it be that golden Go stone? Long Wanqing said in shock. That's right. He obtained that golden Go stone and controlled all the black chess pieces. All the clones of the black chess pieces are Montez's Go stones. Perhaps, when we first arrived 3 days ago, we heard their voices. Montez and the others were near the golden Go stone from the start. Perhaps they were fighting for the golden Go stone. Montez got it. Gu Hai said seriously. How can that be? Venerable, Battalion Commander Li is a genius. How could Montez get it first? Long Wanqing said in shock. Because Montez has the key that leads to the shortest path in this ritual array. Gu Hai said gravely. Wind chime. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she stared at the numb wind chime. Wind chime had a peony tattoo on her head. A Go player. Doesn't that mean that Montez won and everyone else will die? Guqin said with a change in expression. Not necessarily. There is more than one Go player in a game of Go. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes and shook his head. Indeed, another golden Go stone suddenly appeared on the north side of the Go board. Countless thin golden lines emerged from the golden Go stone and connected to all the white chess pieces. Clack. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the golden Go stone. Slowly, two illusory images appeared, Wei Yang and Li Wei. Li Wei looked at wind chime in a daze. Wei Yang grabbed the golden Go stone and squeezed it. Go! Rumble! 30,000 odd white Go stones suddenly gathered on the north side and charged at the transparent Go stone. Boom! A loud sound rang out as a large number of white and transparent Go stones shattered. Bastard, do you think that it is useful to demonize these people? What is not yours will never be yours. Humph! Wei Yang shouted. Wei Yang also jumped out of the Go game. He is also a Go player. He controls the white Go stones. Guqin's expression changed. Is it because of Li Wei? Li Wei also has a peony tattoo on his head. Long Wanqing's expression sank slightly. Buzz! Suddenly, another golden Go stone appeared on the side of the Go board. A third? Why is there a third? Guqin exclaimed in shock. However, the third golden Go stone produced golden lines that connected all the transparent Go stones. Then, a hand grabbed the third golden Go stone and suddenly materialized into a figure. This figure was the flood dragon Fu Shui. Fu Shui held the golden Go stone with one hand and grabbed a white-clad woman by the neck with the other, showing a ferocious expression. The white-clothed woman's hair was actually a snake's head. She let out a ferocious cry. That white-clad woman is the Peony sect master, Rose? Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui demonized her. She also has a peony tattoo on her head. She is also a key. Guqin revealed a shocked expression. Big brother. Big brother, save me. Rose, who was grabbed by the neck, screamed while trembling. As for Rose, she waved her arm in Montez's direction, showing a pleading expression. Big brother. Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui, you actually obtained one as well. You obtained a golden Go stone through Rose. Wei Yang said with an unsightly expression. Come on, then. Ha ha ha. Montez, I am your little sister. Come again if you are capable. Fu Shui said with a ferocious expression. Little sister. Humph. You demonized her, right? Why are you still pretending? Are you trying to win my sympathy? I have long since lost my sympathy. Montez said coldly. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Wei Yang. Old fellow, this is all your fault. Humph. Evil creature, you brought this upon yourself. Wei Yang retorted as he looked at Montez. I brought this upon myself. Humph. We still do not know who brought this upon themselves. However, there is no need to let this beast take advantage of our fight. For some reason, the ground suddenly turned transparent. You saw it, right? The dragon vein and that 8-colored peony. Montez said coldly. That's fine. Li Wei is my disciple. I will transfer my energy to you. Let's eliminate this beast first. Wei Yang said coldly. Yes, master. Li Wei answered. Wei Yang extended his hand and waved it at Li Wei. Then, Li Wei extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Fu Shui. Suddenly, a transparent ball of light appeared beside Fu Shui, encasing Fu Shui and rose. Boom! The palm strike landed on the ball of light, and the ball of light trembled. All life's energy, follow my command. Wei Yang shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, all the white ghost stones trembled slightly. It was like strands of energy flowed through the golden threads into the golden ghost stone in Wei Yang's hand. Wei Yang immediately transferred his energy to Li Wei, and the force of Li Wei's palm strike soared significantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, many figures appeared on the north side of the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 odd figures appeared. All of them extended their arms reluctantly, transferring their energy to Wei Yang and Li Wei. These 30,000 odd people were just ghost stones, at the mercy of Wei Yang. At this moment, all of them showed pained expressions as their energy was forcibly extracted. Some of the weaker people even shriveled up. Clack! That shriveled person shriveled up and died after having all his energy drained. The white ghost stone that corresponded to that shriveled person suddenly exploded. Ah! Long Wanqing screamed. Their energy was forcibly extracted until they died? Is it so tragic to be a ghost stone? Is that Venerable Lun Yan? Guqin exclaimed in shock as he pointed at one of the 30,000 odd figures. Where? Where? Long Wanqing immediately cried out. The Venerable is still alive. That's great. At the same time, Montez threw a palm strike on the other side. He controlled all the black ghost stones, extracting a boundless amount of energy to charge at Fu Shui's ball of light. Boom! At the same time, 30,000 odd figures appeared behind Montez, all of them painfully having their energy extracted. That is Li Haoran. Guqin suddenly found Li Haoran among the 30,000 odd figures. Roar! Fu Shui roared. He used the golden ghost stone in his hand to drive the energy of all the transparent ghost stones. This blocked the energy from the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Boom! The transparent ghost stones on the Go board seemed to instantly clash with the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Suddenly, 30,000 odd figures appeared behind Fu Shui. These 30,000 odd figures all had snake-headed heads. They are all spirit-assimilated cultivators. Guqin's expression changed. How did Fu Shui do it? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Roar! 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 The 30,000 odd spirit-assimilated cultivators showed ferocious and pained expressions as they sent energy to Fu Shui. Primogenitor, I can't take it anymore. Let me go. One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators shriveled up after having his energy drained. Bang! The transparent ghost stone that the spirit-assimilated cultivator was connected to suddenly exploded. That spirit-assimilated cultivator died. Crack! Crack. 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 Under the strong force, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui. You made the right choice by spirit assimilating Rose, as she is the key to jumping out of the Go board. Otherwise, even if you spirit assimilated everyone, so what? Unfortunately, this golden Go stone that you found is useless. Although you used this Go stone to spirit assimilate everyone connected to it, stimulating their potential and giving you more power, so what? They are just strange transparent Go stones. On the Go board, only the black Go stones and the white Go stones are orthodox. Montez said coldly. A transparent Go stone can only defend and not attack. It is indeed useless. Wei Yang said coldly. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui suddenly shattered. The two palm strikes that Montez and Li Wei combined the strength of 60,000 odd cultivators landed on Fu Shui's body. Even though Fu Shui had a vast defense, he could not attack and could only passively get beaten up. Bastards! Blarg! Fu Shui went flying back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, Wei Yang suddenly attacked. He extended his hand and pointed. A beam of sword chi shot out, heading for Fu Shui's palm. Boom! The golden Go stone in Fu Shui's palm suddenly shattered. What? No! No! Fu Shui suddenly exclaimed. After shattering your golden Go stone, you are crippled. You are eliminated, Wei Yang said coldly. Indeed, when the golden Go stone shattered, the countless golden threads connecting the transparent Go stone instantly broke and vanished. Fu Shui's figure also slowly vanished. The person who controlled the golden Go stone was the player. Without the golden Go stone, Fu Shui fell back into the Go board and became a Go stone. No! No! Fu Shui slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, he grabbed at Rose. It looked like he would grab Rose. Shing! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Montez's hand. With one strike, he chopped off Rose's head. What? Fu Shui's figure vanished before his shock. Rose is the key. Are you still thinking of using this key to snatch the golden Go stone in our hands? Now, you are completely eliminated. Montez said coldly. Rose's snake-haired head flew into the air and slowly disappeared, leaving behind a look of disbelief in her eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The transparent chess pieces on the chessboard were like a plate of loose sand. Go! Montez and Wei Yang each sent out a large number of black Go stones and white Go stones at them. Immediately, a large number of transparent Go stones shattered. Then, 10,000 black Go stones and 10,000 white Go stones surrounded them, pushing them to a corner of the Go board. With Fu Shui out of the game, only Meng Tai and Wei Yang were left. Nearly at the same time, Wei Yang and Montez sent out palm strikes. Boom! The two palms clashed, and the remaining 20,000 odd Go stones were immediately drawn out. Surging energy surged out. It looked like 20,000 odd cultivators stood behind Wei Yang and Montez, pressing their palms against the two's backs and forcibly drawing out their energy for the two to enter a stalemate. The black Go stones and white Go stones faced each other. Montez, you are really ruthless. Rose? You killed her so cleanly. That is your younger sister. Oh, right, you even killed Yu Yao cleanly. Yu Yao is also your younger sister. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yang said ferociously. What? Li Wei's expression changed. Yu Yao is Montez's younger sister. Montez looked at Wei Yang coldly. He did not get angered by Wei Yang's words. Instead, he said coldly, my good master, isn't this all thanks to you? When I killed Yu Yao, I did not know that she was my younger sister. As for this Rose, she was already spirit assimilated. So what if I killed her? Your scheme resulted in my cold-bloodedness. Humph. Unfilial son, you deceived your master, destroyed your ancestors, and killed your younger sister. Yet, you still have the face to criticize me? I already betrothed Feng Ling to Li Wei. Now, you have nothing left, Wei Yang said with a cold expression. What? Feng Ling, who was beside Montez, suddenly showed a change in her numb expression. However, Li Wei looked excitedly at Feng Ling across from him. As Montez fought with Wei Yang, he twisted his head and said coldly, "My good master, do you think that your words are of any use now? Feng Ling is mine. Even if I used her, she is still mine. You said that I killed my younger sister. Aside from what you did, weren't you the one who did it as well? You schemed against your own daughter. At this moment, you want to sell your daughter again just to get Li Wei to listen to you? Humph. Good. Good. When I adopted you back then, I should not have let you go. I should have strangled you to death back then." Wei Yang said coldly. "Strangling me to death? You can't bear to do that. You single-handedly caused the four of us to end up in our current situation. Do you think that I do not know? Aren't you doing this for the inheritance here? Humph. Back then, you stole the young me from the Peony sect, stole Li Wei from the Dragon Pinning sect, and then stole Yu Yao from the Peony sect. If not for you, I would be the Peony sect master right now, and Li Wei would be the Dragon Pinning sect master." Montez said coldly. "What? Montez, what did you say?" Li Wei said, his eyes widening in confusion. "Third junior brother, you still don't know, right? You are the son of the previous Dragon Pinning sect master. It was Wei Yang who stole you back to the Great Feng Mafia family. As for me, Yu Yao, and Chang Wei, we should be the children of the previous Peony sect master. Feng Ling is Wei Yang's daughter. Do you still not understand?" Montez said coldly. "When did you find out?" Wei Yang asked coldly as he looked at Montez. "In the beginning, I didn't know either. It wasn't until I entered this game of chess and saw Rose that I understood everything." "Wei Yang, you're so shrewd. In order to obtain the inheritance today, you've been scheming for so long. Old man Guanqi established the Great Feng Mafia family, the Dragon Pinning sect, and the Peony sect to guard the seal. Old man Guanqi planned to release the inheritance this year. Hence, he left 3 keys for the 3 sect masters. Their children turned into keys for the sake of solving today's Go game. Is it not enough that you have Feng Ling? You even stole the children of the other 2 sect masters. Do you want to monopolize everything? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you stole from the wrong person. In the Peony sect, Chang Wei is the key, but Yu Yao and I are not. You put special control over Feng Ling and Li Wei, wanting them to be in your control. However, Yu Yao and I were left alone. Hence, Yu Yao and I have rebellious personalities, Montez said coldly. However, I did raise you, after all. Wei Yang retorted coldly. Indeed, you raised us because you wanted to use us. At that time, Chang Wei was not born yet. You were not sure if we were the keys or not, right? We all have value. Montez retorted coldly. It is useless to say anything. Montez, I heard that you gave Feng Ling to Li Wei for the sake of the dragon vein. You can even do that to your own wife. Ha ha ha. Aren't you using Feng Ling as well? Wei Yang said coldly. So what if I am using her? Feng Ling is my wife. If I had not done that back then, I would have died. I owe her. I will slowly repay her in the future. Montez said coldly. Feng Ling revealed a bitter smile at the side. Repay? There is no need for that. You will die soon. Wei Yang said coldly. As Wei Yang spoke, he extended his hand and squeezed. It was like a thin thread suddenly appeared and connected to Feng Ling whoosh. Wei Yang pulled Feng Ling, and Feng Ling's body involuntarily flew into the air. Then, she was instantly pulled before Montez. Montez's palm strike contained the strength of more than 20,000 people. It was extremely horrifying. If it brushed Feng Ling's body, she would instantly die. Feng Ling was about to die at Montez's hands. Montez's expression changed. Bastard! Old man, you actually planted a spell in Feng Ling's body in the past. You want Feng Ling to die for the legacy? His expression changed, and he suddenly moved his hand to the side, wanting to avoid Feng Ling. Humph. Wei Yang revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his hand. Pfft. Montez vomited a mouthful of blood. Because he dodged, he suffered a heavy blow. Die! Wei Yang roared ferociously. Father! A tear fell from the corner of Feng Ling's eye. She looked at Wei Yang's face with despair. Although Meng Tai had dodged the attack, Wei Yang's full power attack would still strike Feng Ling. Feng Ling would definitely die. Don't! Li Wei suddenly roared, and his body slammed into Wei Yang. What? Bastard! Wei Yang was not prepared for Li Wei. He staggered from the crash, and all the force in his hand was deflected. Wind Chimes was saved, but Wei Yang's plan failed. Old man! Boom! Meng Tai suddenly launched an attack and struck Wei Yang with a palm. Pfft! Ah! Wei Yang was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying. Under the terrifying force, his entire body was deformed. Bang! The 20,000 shadows behind Wei Yang suddenly disappeared. Boom! Meng Tai's palm landed on Li Wei's body. Ah! Li Wei also vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was deformed as he was sent flying. Brother Li Wei! Feng Ling suddenly cried out in alarm. Montez was slightly shocked by Feng Ling's attitude. However, he did not hesitate to grab the golden ghost stones that Wei Yang released. Clack! Meng Tai held one golden ghost stone in each hand, grabbing both golden ghost stones. Ha 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 ha! Old man, now, I control the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones. I am the only player. You all lost. I am the only winner. I am the only winner. Ha 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 ha! Montez laughed ferociously. As he laughed, Montez drove the power of the golden ghost stones again. The power of the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones gathered. He absorbed the power of 40,000 odd people. With a ferocious expression, Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang and Li Wei. Die! No! Feng Ling suddenly cried out. Then, she leaped in front of Li Wei. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed drastically. However, it was already too late to withdraw his palm strike. He forcefully withdrew his power, and the power in his palm strike was greatly reduced. However, the remaining power was still terrifyingly great, and it crashed into wind chimes with a loud bang. Pfft! Feng Ling vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately went limp. It seemed like this palm strike shattered her entire body. No! No! Feng Ling, why? Why? Montez suddenly picked up Feng Ling in horror. However, Feng Ling was already limp, bleeding from her 7 orifices. Feng Ling! Li Wei cried out as he lay weakly at the side. Elder brother Li Wei. I am your Yu Yao. Feng Ling said with a sad smile. No. Feng Ling, didn't you recover from your mental illness? Why is it acting up again? No. You are not Yu Yao. Montez cried out in horror. Feng Ling turned her head to look at Montez. Then, she seemed to have regained her senses. She blushed as she looked at Montez and touched his face. Then, she gently shook her head and showed a sad expression. I am not crazy. Husband, from the very beginning, I was not crazy. I always knew who I was. You are not crazy. Montez and Li Wei looked at Feng Ling in shock. Everyone thinks that I am crazy, but I am not. Cough. 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 Feng Ling said weakly as she vomited blood. Montez quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Feng Ling. However, when the medicinal pill entered her mouth, more blood flowed out. No. No. Why? Montez cried out in horror. I love you, my husband, I love you. However, it is too late. You returned too late. Feng Ling said in despair as she coughed blood. What is too late? What is too late? Montez roared as if he had lost his mind. 2 years before I was captured by Big Brother Li Wei, I still wanted to resist, but he forced me to pretend to be Yu Yao. In the 3rd and 4th years, I slowly couldn't hold on anymore. I pretended to be Yu Yao in front of him. I was waiting for you to return, but you didn't. In the 10th year, I no longer rejected Big Brother Li Wei, but I still had you in my heart. In the 15th year, I accepted Big Brother Li Wei and the identity of Yu Yao. In the next 5 years, I hypnotized myself that I was Yu Yao. I realized that I was also happy. Although Big Brother Li Wei sometimes threw tantrums at me, he was really good to me. I slowly fell in love with Big Brother Li Wei. I was Yu Yao. I was willing to be Yu Yao. I liked being Yu Yao. I loved Big Brother Li Wei. I slowly began to forget you. But, why did you appear again? Why did you return so late? It was too late. When I gave my heart to Big Brother Li Wei, you returned. Why were you so late? It was too late, too late, too late. Feng Ling said weakly. Feng Ling, it's fine. I still came back. Didn't I? I still came back. Montez's eyes turned red. Cough, cough, cough. Husband, I know you used me, but I don't blame you. I know that you used me when you married me, but I'm very happy. I don't blame you. I also know that you pushed me to Big Brother Li Wei, so I don't blame you. Really, I've never blamed you, husband. Feng Ling said with a dying breath. It'll be fine, Feng Ling. Montez said anxiously. Unable to feed her pills, Montez used his quintessential essence to inject Feng Ling's body. However, Feng Ling's body was already in a mess and there was no way to save her. Montez's eyes turned red. Husband, cough, cough. I'm going to die. I only have one request. I know that you won't let Big Brother Li Wei off. I'm not begging you to let him go. I beg you. Feng Ling could no longer open her eyes. Tell me, tell me. Montez shouted with tears rolling down his cheeks. After we die, bury us together. Let me be buried with Big Brother Li Wei, okay? Feng Ling closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Slowly, wind chimes fell silent. The last bit of sound disappeared. Hugging Feng Ling, Montez froze. Feng Ling's last request was to be buried with Li Wei. Be buried with Li Wei. In an instant, Feng Ling's desolate words echoed in his mind. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. Like a demonic voice, it filled Montez's mind. Montez hugged Feng Ling. With tears in his eyes, he froze. At the last moment, Feng Ling chose Li Wei in her heart. Too late. Feng Ling. Li Wei cried in despair.